What is up, my friend? What is up, Tanner? Everybody, welcome in to this is the second time we've gone live now on. I keep wanting to say the Basement Brewed Fantasy Football Show, but I guess this would be In the Trenches by Basement Brewed Fantasy Football, or I guess the best way to put it is Basement Brewed Fantasy Football's version of the NFL Draft. We're going to be in here. We're going to be talking fantasy football implications of every fantasy relevant selection, and we're also going to be live scoring a mock draft competition that we're hosting for BBFF customers, where whoever has the most accurate predictions tonight wins their choice of an autographed NFL jersey or an autographed NFL mini helmet, courtesy of our sponsors BS Collectibles in Twin Lakes, Wisconsin. I'm joined by my friend, a co-host, the magician behind the Basement Brewed Fantasy Football podcast. If you've ever watched any of my episodes, all of the magic, everything that's pretty, that's Tanner. All I do is flip the camera on and talk fantasy football. Tanner's the guy that makes it awesome. Tanner, what's up, buddy? How you doing tonight?
What's going on? I'm just kind of figuring stuff out, and there we go. The comments are popping up. We got the comments just next to me here coming in as we go through the night. I'm stupid excited for this here. Hey, NFL draft as well. I watched the first round. I usually watch first and second and third round, so every year. So I'm really excited for this one.
So it's funny you bring up the comments, because I'm like, I should probably pull up the actual live stream. Anybody who's listening or watching, Tanner and I are connected through our Discord channel, which is something that every BBFF customer has access to. I'm not even on the YouTube thing. I'm pulling that up on a separate computer right now because I can't even see what's going on. So anyways.
No, you can't hear, which is, it's weird. We obviously got some stuff to work on. Hey, it's the first big live stream we're doing together.
Yeah, I ain't
here,
worried about
it. I'm excited. This is awesome.
Yeah. I'm not worried about it at all. As far as I'm concerned, man, anybody who's tuning in, these are just two dudes in the basement. I would say drinking beers, but tonight I'm actually rocking a cherry vanilla Coke. So if you guys know anybody who can hook me up with paid sponsorships through Coca-Cola, that'd be awesome.
I got a nice zero sugar Pepsi and a 7-Up on deck for cherry.
While we're kind of getting everything rolling, while we're getting everything underway, while we're waiting for the Bears to select Caleb Williams, let's just call it what it is. One other thing we'll be doing tonight, we took a couple questions from BBFF customers. There's going to be a couple things that we go through just kind of as the show goes on, but this is a long show. Anybody who's watching the NFL draft, then you're already aware that, I mean, these things take 3 or 4 hours. So there's going to be moments tonight where we're just kind of shooting. Well, I don't want to curse. I don't know if we're going PG-13 here. We're shooting the poop and just kind of hanging out here. So if you, by the way, if you're listening, if you're watching, if you have questions, comments, concerns, insults, if I'm looking ugly and you want to let me know about it, feel free to drop those in the comments. And by the way, the questions, if you have them, they don't have to be about the draft. They don't have to be about rookies. If you got anything fantasy football related, now's the time, man. I'm doing fantasy football stuff 365. So
365.
Let me, Tanner,
we
give me one. I'm going to check
already, just so you know.
Here real quick. I'm just going to see, I've never looked at it from the viewer side. I've only seen it from the ugly back end side of things.
Okay.
All right. Pretty self-explanatory if I'm seeing this right. All right, Tanner. So here's what I want to know, man. We know who's going 1. Everybody and their mom knows who's going number 1, Caleb Williams. But who's going number 2? Because this has been up for debate for a while.
Honestly, for me, the pick's Drake May. We've talked about Drake May for...
Can't hear you.
You can't hear me?
I don't know if it could just be me. That's a possibility, but I personally cannot hear you.
Hey, those in the comments, can you hear me? Let's see here.
Oh, wait. Go now.
Okay. You good?
I'm good. Yeah. I somehow went from 90 to mute, but we're good to go.
Thanks, JD. So pick 2, I think, honestly, has to be Drake May. We're looking at the Commanders here, and we're looking at a talent that we've been talking as NFL talent ready for 2 years at least, maybe even 3 here with Drake May in college football. So I know Jaden Daniels, he's great. I mean, I think he's a good quarterback. He'll be really a fantasy-liked quarterback because of his rushing ability. But, I mean, in the end, I think it really does have to be Drake May to be a franchise type of guy.
So it's funny, right? Because I started filling out my mock draft for the competition that we're doing.
Mm-hmm.
Once again, winner gets a free autographed jersey or mini helmet. By the way, before we continue this conversation, you guys got to check out BS Collectibles. And this is not a paid sponsorship. Like, I guess it's kind of a sponsorship because they donate the jersey that I can give away to you, but they're not like paying me to say this. They are just that awesome. So if you're in the sports memorabilia game, whether it's helmets, jerseys, trading cards, whatever, I love what they do. They are always on TikTok Shop live doing these like fun break games that you can get in on. I don't know, man. It's just a ton of fun. You got to check those guys out. But anyway, I started filling out my mock draft for tonight, which, by the way, I almost completely forgot to do. Shout out to Derek Devereaux, who texted me like, dude, you're not even in your own contest right now. Whoops, my bad. And I recalled our conversation that we had with John Chapman last Friday, right? If anybody who's listening missed last Friday's episode with John Chapman, we talked incoming rookies, we talked NFL draft. He's much higher on Drake May than he is on Jaden Daniels, and he's convinced that Drake May is a much better fit for Washington and their coaching staff and the way they do things than Jaden Daniels is. And I was fully prepared to select Drake May number 2 in the mock draft contest until I went to Bet Online and saw that Jaden Daniels was overwhelmingly the favorite to be the number 2 overall pick. He was like minus 700 or something like that. So I ended up going with Jaden Daniels and kind of going against Chap, which is not something I do very frequently, but we'll see, man. I know I like Drake May more as an NFL prospect. Jaden Daniels might offer more from a fantasy football standpoint, but we'll see, man. We'll see how things.
I don't know. It's going to be interesting here. Obviously, we got Washington and New England back to back. Does Mayo? Does he go quarterback? Or does he take a total left turn at pick 3? So, obviously, tons of stuff that could drop here. What I want to ask you a question here. I don't think it's viable. I don't think it's true here. But what's your thoughts on this whole Chargers rumors with potential Herbert going somewhere?
I don't. To me, that's got to be
silly,
rumor,
right?
There's no way. I mean, what if you've watched Justin Herbert? Then you know that you have a franchise quarterback on your hands. Hopefully, Paul Conley's not watching this because he will totally he will go nuts in the comments talking about how much better Tua is than Justin Herbert. But
yeah.
If you've watched Justin Herbert, he's a franchise quarterback in the NFL. It'd be silly to trade him. I know, John Harbaugh's there, and J.J. McCarthy might be on the table, but I mean, that seems very Madden franchise to trade him away and go get your rookie quarterback than it is to just use the guy who's already an obvious franchise starter. What am I seeing? Eminem take the stage here? Is that what's happening?
He's out there just getting everybody hyped up. Looks like Bears are still on the clock. They'll probably use their full time because they're the first pick, and why not? Why not?
Yeah.
Kind of move.
Why not use? How long is it, by the way? 15 minutes or more?
I can't see from my room here or my spot here. I thought it was like 10 minutes or 10 or 15.
Oh, okay. I was just. Yeah, go ahead.
By the way, I just want to shout out some comments here. CFO Adam says, "Does Philly now trade AJ Brown after Devontae Smith signing that extension?"
That would be pretty funny considering A.J. Brown came to the Eagles on draft night 2 years ago. But I see no reason to think that'll happen. And my early 2024 fantasy football draft shares really hope that doesn't happen. And I have plenty of A.J. Brown. I have plenty of Devontae Smith. I have plenty Jalen Hurts, etc. Gotcha. What is happening on this stage right now?
Oh, they're just partying it up. John Doolin, welcome in. He says, "I beat Jordan here."
So anybody who's watching, I post on LinkedIn every single day at noon. And John is always trying to be the first one to comment. And somehow, some way, Jordan is the first one to comment. I don't even know how he does it. He's just ready for it. It's kind of unreal.
Right. That's funny. CF Adams says, "Let's go Bears." Hopefully you guys don't mess up the 2 picks. We'll have to see, right? Andrew Metz out here says, "Go Pack, go!" Nice work,
Pack,
Kenny.
go!
JD
Love you,
Awesome says, "Even though I have a strong hatred for the Eagles, AJ Brown ain't getting traded," which I suspect the same thing.
Yeah. Well, but here's the thing: if you have a strong hatred for the Eagles, there's a part of you that maybe doesn't want him to get traded, considering the drama that we saw at the end of last year. You never know what that locker room's looking at like. That's the stuff that's like behind the scenes that we just don't know about. All we can go off of is, reports, but it certainly didn't look like a fully happy family towards the end of last year. That's for sure.
Yeah, the Sirianni, AJ Brown drama. Hey,
right.
If you're anybody in the NFC, yeah, that's just music to your ears. So.
Right.
That's for sure.
Which, I mean, if we get him traded out of the NFC, that wouldn't be the worst thing as a Packers fan, but still.
All right. JD Awesome has Caleb Williams going number 1. I think that's pretty the consensus, but I think it'd be hilarious for them to just make this left field move on everybody, but it's not going to happen.
There's no way, dude.
Jordan's here, by the way. He just said I'm here, so
JP made it in. He sent me the fake text. He sent me a text about a little bit before this, said he wasn't going to be able to pop in, but I guess he just couldn't stay away. He wanted to make sure I wasn't eating anything I'm not supposed to be eating.
Well, I'm glad Jordan's here. Appreciate it. I'm glad everybody's here so far. So, hey, great night lined up here. I'm super excited here.
Oh, yeah, man. It's you know what's fun is once this thing actually starts officially, like once we start getting picks, man, my favorite thing about draft night is that the next decade of fantasy football just shifts big time. And like at first it feels like it's a seismic shift. Oh, what are we doing here? Oh yeah, dude, you gotta feel bad for Carolina Panthers fans, man. All that they gave up last year to move up to take Bryce Young, and now they could have gotten who they wanted Bryce Young to be if they would have just stayed put theoretically, dude. The Bears made out big time on this trade. You got DJ Moore, franchise wide receiver. Ugh.
Right. In the Mikey, talk a little bit now.
Yeah, can you hear me? How do I sound now? I'm seeing that.
Are we good, John? Sergio?
I don't know. Bad feedback. Static? That wouldn't be good. Not good? Okay.
Hum.
Anybody else? How do I sound?
Hang on. Give me a minute.
You got it?
I think so.
All right. In the meantime, maybe I should just STFU. Let's see. There's a button here for open soundboard. Nope. That ain't it. Hold on, y'all. I'm checking my microphone here.
All right, let's see here.
Let's see. Trying to futz with my microphone settings just to make sure it's got the right one. You're very cracky.
Yeah, hang on. I think I got an idea.
Authorize add devices. Connections. Voice and video. Yeah, it's connected to the right microphone. I don't know why. Is it because I have... Now we're getting an echo? Yes. Is it because I have YouTube pulled up? Like, I don't know how this tech stuff works. I don't know. I can hear you, yeah. Which I'm guessing everybody else can. John's telling me it's better. I don't know if he's just saying that to make me feel better. Or... It's fixed. Buzz is gone, it says.
You're
such a magician. Wait, so they still didn't pick Caleb Will? I kept hearing the like draft music over here. I assumed it had happened already, but still, we're still waiting on Caleb Williams, huh? All good now. You sound fine. Seems good now. All right, cool. Lots of my friends. That is fantastic. Thank you, everybody. Really appreciate that. I can hear you. Can you guys hear Tanner? Sounds like you guys can hear me good, which is great, but Tanner's wondering if you guys can hear him. Nope. They said nope. Okay. All good. I can hold it down while Tanner gets some stuff fixed. Just I can see what you're doing on Discord on YouTube, which is funny. Oh, I don't care. It's your I'm watching you like futz with Discord. Anyway, 9 minutes 59 seconds of ads the NFL is trying to sell, even though we all know it's Caleb. Yeah, it's you do have to wonder what the heck is happening right now. Like everybody's known for months that it's been Caleb. The only thing we didn't know is if they were going to keep Justin Fields and trade this pick, or if they were going to pick Caleb Williams. But it's pretty obvious what's going to happen here. You always wonder what the heck's going on there. Pranav might be spot on. It's them just milking the clock for advertisements and stuff like that. Who knows? Mm. So the Bears taking Caleb Williams. I guess I'll jump into it assuming they're going to take Caleb Williams, but this ultimately is going to be good news for the Bears offense just in general. Like, listen, I loved Justin Fields. I still do. I was texting with my brother-in-law earlier today that I still think, given the chance, the guy is an absolute baller. And maybe that's my fantasy football slight and how much I love him for fantasy football, but I put my money where my mouth is. I did bet on Justin Fields to win MVP last year. Now, to clarify, he wasn't my pick to win MVP, but I really liked his odds versus the talent that he has and the odds that he was given. But ultimately, Caleb Williams is going to be a better quarterback for pretty much everybody else in that offense in terms of getting them the ball. Keenan Allen, DJ Moore. That's going to be an interesting conversation to see how those targets are distributed. The Bears have long been, I shouldn't say long been, but ever since Matt Eberflus has been around, they've been a very run-heavy offense. Of course, they changed offensive coordinators. I just did a whole episode on this, so forgive me if you've heard this already when I was talking about DeAndre Swift in episode 11, I think. But ever since Matt Eberflus has been the head coach, the Bears have been a run-heavy offense, and that's a philosophy thing. That's a strategy thing. It also has a lot to do with Justin Fields himself being a running quarterback. So it's anybody's guess if it's going to remain run heavy. Shane Waldron's the new offensive coordinator. He's been a bit up and down as an offensive coordinator. No clear run heavy or pass heavy tendencies. You got to think the Bears offense is going to be a bit more spread out and balanced than it has been in recent years. I mean, you got Caleb Williams throwing the ball. You got DJ Moore on one side, Keenan Allen on the other side. You got Cole Kmet running up the seam. And then you got DeAndre Swift, who's a very capable running back coming out of the backfield. The Bears offense in general should take a step forward in real life, in fantasy football. Am I expecting fantasy football fireworks? Not exactly. I'm not expecting them to suddenly be this top 10 offense. Not even sure they're going to be a top 16 offense in year one, but they should be solid. They shouldn't be a team you're scared to invest in your fantasy football drafts. Oh man, here comes the pick. The suspense is killing me. Williams. All right. So I'm going to update while we're waiting here. I'm going to update the Tanner. Are you still working on the audio? Do you want to check in or no? Okay. So I am going to update the scoreboard for the BBFF mock draft competition. And lo and behold, literally every single person in the competition selected, which I don't know why you would pick anybody else. Oh, look at this. Oh, that was cool. That was cool. Mikey, you need to do a live show from Lambeau when the draft is in Green Bay. I am fully planning on being there, Jordan. And in fact, that sounds like a really good time for you to come back and visit Wisconsin, my friend. I know I guess Wausau's in the other direction, but sounds like a good time for you to come back to Wisconsin. I have every intention of going to Lambeau for the draft next year. I don't know how it's going to work. I don't know if I'm going to try and work it. Like, I don't know if I'll set up like a booth or something or do a live show from there. That would be awesome. But Anyway, speaking of Lambeau, speaking of the Packers, I got to tell you guys, Caleb Williams dangling this Bears jersey is terrifying. It really, it gives me a really sickening feeling as a Packers fan. But as a fantasy football analyst, this is good news for the Bears offense. Now, what are the Washington Commanders going to do here? John Chapman in last Friday's show was convinced that Drake May, Tanner, I don't know if you remember, but Drake, he was like, it's Drake May. I'm just telling you, that's what it's going to be. He was 100% sure. And when he speaks with conviction like that, he's usually correct. He called Trey Lance going to the 49ers months before it happened. But look, that's the Bears. But I don't know, man. The Bet Online says it's going to be Jaden Daniels. I really don't know. What's that? Oh, can anybody hear Tanner? Okay. No worries. JD Awesome. Yeah, JD Awesome got it right, man. JD Awesome is 1 for 1 picking Caleb Williams. Obviously, there's a 100% coming in here. Sergio wants to know, do I own any shares? I actually do not own any shares in the Green Bay Packers, which is kind of surprising to a lot of people considering how obsessed I have always been with this football team. The truth is, I've never even looked into it. Like, I don't even know step one to becoming an owner. It would be kind of fun to say I'm a part owner of the Green Bay Packers, but I think everybody knows by now that it's just kind of a funny thing that doesn't actually matter.
All right, speak now.
I couldn't speak now. I was drinking my soda. How about now?
Can you guys hear Mikey and myself now?
Can you guys hear us both? Come on. Somebody gimme.
I got stuff going.
Step one, they have to do. I think there might be a little lag coming in here.
Yeah, it's a little lag on the chat.
Yeah.
It's just.
It looks like it's like good to go. Yep.
Yeah.
People are coming in. Man, I didn't realize how much of a lag there is. There's like a good 25 seconds behind. That's crazy. But all right, we're good to go, man.
There we go. See,
Tanner's quieter.
I always figure it out in the end.
Yeah, you do. Well, you got a little bit of an IT background, right?
I do. Yeah, I know. Sorry, I'm a little quieter. It's just have to be what it is right now.
Yeah, we're good. We're good. All right. So I want to see in the chat, what do you guys think here? Jaden Daniels or Drake May or something else? That's what I want to know. I personally, from a fantasy football standpoint, I would love it to be Drake May. That'd be great for Terry McLaurin. I've long loved Jahan Dotson, and I really would like him to get a competent quarterback. Now, to be fair, now Tanner, you should do the to be fair. I never noticed how much I said that until you started putting that in my podcast episodes. But
it's the easiest thing to catch because you're always like at the right time. I'm like, oh, perfect. Letter Kenny all the way.
I have no clue what that show is, but I want to watch it because of you now. I have always been a Jahan Dotson fan. I would love to see him with a quarterback. I like Sam Howell, but it was alarming to me that Dotson did nothing with Howell at quarterback, even though Howell was putting up fantasy points himself. But a lot of that had to do with rushing ability. But I want to see what people are. We got Kuja and Eric Bright checking in from the, what does that say? From the bar?
From the bar.
I love you guys, man. Thanks for tuning in. So cool. So me, Kuja, and Breezy, we go back to the Zywave cubicles, man, making 80 calls per day, cold calls per day, making them 80 cold. Oh, I hope Metz isn't watching. Adam says the Commanders are going to screw up whoever they pick because they'll expect them to be. I got a thing that blocks right there.
Oh, sorry. Expect them to playing basketball.
Play basketball. Yeah. What did I miss? Did it all blow up yet? Derek, man, you're just in time. You're just in time. Dude, the Bears picked Caleb Williams, which is unbelievable. All right, so Washington is celebrating. The pick is in. They seem to believe they just found their next franchise quarterback, and it is Marcus Mariota. Who knew?
Marcus Mariota.
I want to see some guesses in the comments section. Is it Drake May or is it Jaden Daniels? Unless it's too late. People might already know the answer to that one. My pick here in the mock draft competition, I picked Jaden Daniels.
I picked May.
Did you?
Yep.
We're gonna see some stuff happen on the scoreboard.
JD Awesome said Drake, and he's already 1-0. So I got a chance here.
We gotta just follow what JD Awesome says. He said it's gonna be Drake here. He thinks it's gonna be Drake May. We got Adam saying it's Jaden Daniels. It's gonna be a fight to the death between these two. Jaden Daniels, I like in fantasy football himself, but I don't like what he would mean for Terry McLaurin. I don't like what he would mean for Jahan Dotson, Zach Ertz, who's the new tight end over there. But here we go. Oh, he'd also be really bad news for Austin Eckler. Oh, Jaden Daniels. Wow. Okay. So this is actually going to shake up the Tanner. I don't know if you can share the scoreboard for the mock draft competition. Okay, if not.
Where's the scoreboard?
So I shared a Google Doc with you.
Oh, okay. I can get there in a minute.
Google Sheet. Okay. Thanks again. Big shout out again to Derek Devereaux for helping to put this mock draft competition together. Candidly, I basically just copy and pasted something he runs on the side, and it's an awesome contest. Why fix something that's not broken to begin with? But the pick is Jaden Daniels. My guy Chapman, man, you weren't right on this one. He's not here, but anyway. All right, so Jaden, let's talk fantasy football. I keep forgetting the actual reason that we're here. So as of right now, I currently have Caleb Williams, and this isn't going to change because we've known forever where Caleb Williams is going to go. I have him number 8 in the BBF, or number 7 in the BBFF rookie rankings. He should be the number 1 pick in the last 5 drafts just based on his upside alone. That was per John Chapman, easily the number 1 quarterback in this class. Nothing surprising there. But then we got Jaden Daniels. I have him down at 15th overall in the rookie rankings. He has the second highest floor only to Caleb Williams in the past several drafts, according to John Chapman. And a big part of that is his rushing ability. So Jaden Daniels is going to be appealing because he's obviously going to be a day 1 starter for the Washington Commanders. He clearly already wears the colors very well. And the rushing upside, the rushing ability is what's going to make him attractive and appealing as a fantasy football asset. Tanner, what are your thoughts on Jaden Daniels?
Honestly, it's going to be a fantasy pickup for sure, fantasy move here as we get closer. You got complimentary pieces all around you in Washington. You really do. Eckler isn't just going to be not like he was last year. He looks really good so far, anyways, from what I've seen pictures wise and videos. So. We all know about Scary Terry, Jahan Dotson, and I'm sure they're going to go out and grab somebody in the 3rd, 4th, or 5th round in Washington to get them another weapon out there. So overall, not concerned. Just concerned that where he's going and the system it fits. But in the end, Washington's going to be all new as well. Kingsbury, what he did with Kyler Murray. Now you got to go there with Jaden Daniels. So it could be a wonderful move, or it could be a complete disaster.
Yeah, so it's interesting you bring up Cliff Kingsbury as well. And I know you remember this, Tanner, because you're the magician behind the podcast. But we talked a lot about Cliff Kingsbury in, I think, episode 2, that was, of Inside the 20, and what he usually means from a fantasy football standpoint. Generally speaking, the offense itself, I mean, in year 1, I'm talking specifically year 1, the Washington offense isn't likely to be much higher performing statistically than it was last season. It's not necessarily great news. It's not really an upgrade or a downgrade for Terry McLaurin. It's not really an upgrade or a downgrade for Jahan Dotson. Where we could possibly see the biggest impact is Zach Ertz as a possible safety blanket over the middle. Usually, a lot of times you see those rookie quarterbacks kind of lean on that safety dump down option, which could be Zach Ertz, who's getting up there in age, but still plenty capable of catching passes. He actually had somewhat of a mini career revival working with Cliff Kingsbury in the 18 games or so that they played together with the Cardinals. The big concern here for me is what this means for Austin Eckler. A lot of times when you get a quarterback like this that's mobile, runs a lot, they pass it to the running back a lot less than somebody who's more of a pocket passer, like a Drake May, for example. So that lets some of the air out of the Austin Eckler balloon for me in PPR leagues. To this point, I've been hammering Austin Eckler in PPR best ball drafts because he's drafted so late. He's like 95th overall or something like that in PPR leagues. I'll still be drafting him because it's likely Washington brought him over for a reason. And in that, what episode was that, Tanner? We talked about Austin Eckler coming over. That had to be episode 7 or 8.
7 or 8, yeah.
7 or 8, we talked about Austin Eckler coming over, and I believe the 2021 Cliff Kingsbury campaign with the Cardinals, he had a season where he used James Conner and Chase Edmonds as somewhat of a 1-2 punch, one of which was the early down back, the other one was a pass catching back. And I'm forecasting a very similar approach with Brian Robinson and Austin Eckler. Now, the Jaden Daniels pick kind of hurts that a little bit, but ultimately, Austin Eckler, they brought him over to do his thing, and Cliff Kingsbury knows that. And I still think Austin Eckler is likely to outperform his current draft spot, which is in the mid 90s. Let me look that up again just to be sure.
Do you think this maybe drops him down even more, knowing that Kingsbury in the way that Jaden Daniels plays might even drop him out just a little more?
I think it's possible that it will drop him down in my own rankings, but the general public might just really enjoy the fact that they think Washington got a quarterback, and I almost wonder if it's actually going to make Austin Eckler's I almost wonder if it's going to make Austin Eckler's ADP go up a little bit. Ultimately, I'm expecting it to stay pretty unchanged. He goes 99.6. He's the 100th pick in fantasy drafts. That's worth it in PPR.
For sure. All right, here's your leaderboard here as we get ready for the Patriots pick is in.
It is in.
So here's your leaderboard currently, and we'll get this updated shortly after.
Oh, yeah. Where? Oh, I forgot about the leg. Yeah, here we go. Drake May.
It is May?
It is Drake May. Man, this leg is crazy. That's crazy how far behind that is. All right. Standings. Let me update the leaderboard here. Drake May goes 3rd overall to the New England Patriots. There's the standings popping up. We got Sean. And Sean is going to stay at the top after this pick. Aiden. Well, we got Sean, Aiden, and Kyle all tied. Oh, I should probably sort this. That's my bad. There we go. So at the top of the leaderboard, we got a big, huge tie. There's a 18 person tie for first place after the first 3 picks, which can be somewhat expected. Kevin, Derek, Pranav, Timothy Meza, the viral bat boy for the Blue Jays. He's in this contest here with us. Well, to be clear, he's not the bat boy. That was his fantasy football punishment, was to be the bat boy. He's actually a player in the system, but he's in this contest. So Kevin, Derek, Pranav, Tim, Ryan, Magdi, Evan, Lori, Eric, and Tanner are all... Look at Tanner bringing up the rear here.
Hey.
At last.
Don't expect to see me up there very far because I had what I thought was best fit. So.
That's fair. All right, here we go. So let's talk, man. We got Drake May, New England Patriots. I love it for their offense moving in the right direction. I mean, I got to tell you, over the last couple years, so anybody who's watching or listening, every single week during the NFL season, I create a tool called the Heat Map, which basically provides contextual analysis for every single player in every single game. I spend 30 plus hours a week researching and writing this thing. And I got to tell you, over the last couple of years, the New England Patriots, like when it's my turn to write the New England Patriots, I dread it. I hate it. I hate writing the Patriots because of how boring they are from a fantasy football standpoint. This is a step in the right direction. Drake May. Tanner, how do you feel about Drake May just in general going to the Patriots?
If Bill was there, it fit more of the style I think they're going to go with, but I just don't know what kind of style we're looking for in the Patriots. If they're going to stick with what they've known, even with Bill Belichick there, it could fit really well. But the unknowns there in New England is the only thing that kind of pushes back a little bit for me. And I was looking here at Aiden's latest blog. I mean, the third best quarterback, and it's matching up here with the way the draft's going. So, I think Drake's going to be fine. I think he's probably going to have some challenges really early on if he does end up starting for New England.
Yeah,
but I think this might work out a little bit. I don't know. It's just so many unknowns with the way the offense is going to run.
Yeah, man, and they need to. They're definitely headed in the right direction. Drake May is a great quarterback for them to start with. They got to get the guy some help. I mean, right now you got Kendrick Bourne penciled in as your wide receiver 1, who up until recent years was a career journeyman in the NFL. You had Demario Douglas, who came on strong last year, but he was I believe a 6th round draft pick. KJ Osborne they brought in from free agency, but it remains to be seen if he's just a guy. Juju Smith-Schuster hasn't really been anything since Pittsburgh. And then a lot, Tyquan Thornton, Jalen Reagor, Kayshon Boutte. There's, Hunter Henry might be their most proven weapon in the passing game. So, there's work to be done, and they are headed in the right direction, but they do got to get the guy some help for sure.
They do. And it might be smashing Hunter Henry in your best balls for sure, because tight ends are a rookie's favorite usually. So look what Dalton Schultz was last year. And now we're looking here in New England, possibly being the same kind of thing. An experienced tight end who generally is outperforming his ranking or his projections, and that could be a great pickup in your fantasy leagues.
Yeah, man, and he's Hunter Henry's cheap, and if I'm being candid, I'm still pretty much out on all New England Patriots in 2024 fantasy football. That includes Ramondre Stevenson. I had a chance to draft him earlier, and I just didn't. But Hunter Henry, I mean, I'm pulling it up right now. He's cheap. He goes 165 overall. So if you're grabbing him in a best ball draft as your like low end second tight end or high end third tight end, Cardinals are in already. Oh, they smashed Marvin Harrison, didn't they?
It'd be a shame if they didn't.
Marvin Harrison Jr. pick is in.
Yep.
Man. So this is awesome. This is like fantasy football. I won't say dream come true, because obviously if you get him in like New England or Buffalo, or I'm sorry, Kansas City or Buffalo, that would have been a dream come true. But I mean, this is it's a great thing for Marvin Harrison. It's a great thing for Kyler Murray. I mean, as of right now, Kyler Murray's only options in the passing game are Trey McBride, who's awesome, and he played very well down the stretch. But now you bring in a generational talent, and yes, I know that word is overused, but you can actually mean it with Marvin Harrison. John Chapman said he's got to be the number one prospect that he's seen in the last decade at wide receiver. So this is an excellent fit for fantasy football purposes. I still think Marvin Harrison is drafted way, way too high in early best ball drafts. I mean, he's going ninth. He's the number 9 wide receiver in 2024 best ball drafts, drafted around 17 overall. That's a little bit too rich for my liking in a 2024 fantasy football draft, but there's no denying this is a great fit. He's the obvious 101 in dynasty rookie drafts. How are you feeling about this one, Tanner?
Marvin Harrison Jr., best receiver in this class and by far the best talent. Honestly, if those other 3 teams didn't need a quarterback so desperately and their fandom wasn't screaming it, Marvin Harrison Jr. would have gone 1. Really. Look, Kyler Murray having a weapon like this now in the offense, another unknown, offense really with Kyler Murray losing some more pieces there. Hollywood Brown's gone, right? Rondale Moore's gone. You don't really have a lot going on in the play right now. So having this kind of weapon is going to be amazing. I'm kind of thinking, relating this to, is when D-Hop swung over to Arizona in a way, and he could be a big playmaker for D-Hop, being able to get across there, but also be able to spread the field and go long. So I love this move here with Marvin Harrison Jr. coming to play with, especially to play with Kyler Murray.
Yeah, man. There's no denying it. And yeah, Marquise Brown's gone. He's in Kansas City, which episode 11 of Inside the 20, I gushed over Marquise Brown going there. But this, I mean, it's just huge. The only options, my hope for Carolina is that they fully concentrate their offense. They recognize that Trey McBride and Marvin Harrison is basically all they have, and those are the two guys that get the football, right? We've seen that type of success in recent years with Miami. Like, they know it's Tyreek and Waddle. You got Philly. They know it's Devontae Smith and A.J. Brown. So hopefully you see the same thing with Arizona. I mean, Kyler Murray, say what you will about him, but he's perfectly capable of getting his guy. In fact, if you look at recent years, and I don't have my usual spreadsheets like right in front of me, but if you look at recent years, Kyler Murray has a tendency to absolutely pepper his wide receiver one with like DeAndre Hopkins would get 10 plus targets a game. Marquise Brown would get 10 plus targets a game. I mean, if Marvin Harrison can adjust to the NFL game quickly, he could totally pay off that wide receiver 9 ADP. It's too rich for me. That's for sure.
Right, and you got Michael Wilson and Greg Dortch as your next two on the depth chart, right? This is easily going to be a big, big spot here for Marvin Harrison Jr. to take over this wide receiving core here and just outperform the whole entire class.
Yeah, and not only that, dude, Michael Wilson was he's one of those guys that was on my best ball draft board because out of necessity, because there was nobody else. But if I'm being candid, Michael Wilson was not one of my favorite. I did not like him coming out last year. He was not one of my favorite rookie picks. So he's not the sort of player that I feel any sort of threatened by. I don't think anybody's expecting him to challenge Marvin Harrison for the alpha, but this move pretty much just wipes Michael Wilson pretty much off my fantasy football draft board entirely.
I have to agree with you.
I'm trying to find. So Marvin Harrison's actually quite a bit easier to stomach, according to Fantasy Pros ADP. So on Underdog, he goes wide receiver 9, but on Fantasy Pros, which aggregates all different sources of ADP, he's actually wide receiver 17 or on pick 32. That's much easier to stomach. But if you're taking him in the early second round, I'm out at that cost.
Yeah, it just is, like you said, too rich for the unknown of it all. But might be worth the stab in the end, you know?
Yeah, for sure. All right, man, I'm looking at the BBFF mock draft contest. And right now, that moves. So we got a couple people falling off. Sean has dropped not out of the running, but he's out of the first place tie. We now have dropped down to 14 people that are tied with a perfect score so far. About half of the contest that is currently perfect, but as we all know, things are about to get wild. The first 4 picks were somewhat not obvious, but pretty obvious, I guess.
Leaderboard Tanner, is on the screen for everybody watching. So,
say that again.
I put the leaderboard on the screen, the updated leaderboard. So,
sick. Thank you, sir. So I'm checking in on some comments over here. Let me see. Nick wants to know if the Vikings are trading up for a quarterback. Nick is a known Vikings fan. He big shout out to Nick, by the way. Adaviz Consulting. Anybody who's used any of my dashboards for my heat map for my draft guide, Nick is the magician behind all that stuff. By the way, we are working on some really cool updates to the draft guide, the 2024 Fantasy Football Draft Guide. I'm actually rebranding that, by the way. I'm going to call it the Draft Buddy. I don't want I'll think more about that. But anyway, we're working on some really, really cool updates to that I'm super excited about. And Nick told me that he spent 4 or 5 hours on it yesterday. So, I mean, huge shout out to that guy because he's got a growing, thriving business. He's a solopreneur just like me, solo entrepreneur, doing his thing. Definitely give him a follow. His name's Nick Johnson, Adaviz Consulting, ATAVIZ. Amazing, amazing work that he does with data just in general. I send him all these videos all the time of man, I would love to do this with my draft guide. And he's like, oh, we can do it this way. And he just figures it out like that I can't do.
I love that. Yeah.
So He talks about Vikings trading up for a quarterback. We've been hearing JJ McCarthy and the Vikings and Giants quite frequently, so we'll see what happens there. Derek Devereaux, I think Vikings trade to 5 top on the Giants. Tanner, am I stepping on your toes at all, or were you like popping these comments up?
No, I don't have a way to pop. That's why I have the little chat box over here. So.
Oh, sick. Okay, cool. Let's see here. I just want to make sure I catch up.
All you, Mikey. All you, man.
I just want to make sure I catch up on these. So while I'm reading through these, if you got anything, feel free.
Well, I got the next pick already ready to go.
Next pick. Do we got it?
I do.
Oh,
but I won't bust it out just yet. I won't bust it out just yet. So
you're doing the Schefter thing? 4 for 4 in the mock draft challenge. Is Neighbors a better wide receiver than Harrison Jr.? CFO Adam says that. I'm gonna say no, but I will say that JJ Zacharyson, who is he's on the Mount Rushmore of fantasy football analysis. He's somebody that I look up to dearly. Great role model, great friend of mine. He makes a really strong case for Malik Neighbors in his NFL draft guide for 2024 that he does say Harrison's number 1, but Neighbors isn't as far behind as a lot of people think, which is interesting because when you talk to John Chapman, who's a film grinder, JJ Zacharyson is a data analyst like me. And John Chapman is a film grinder, and Chapman says there's a significant tier break there between Marvin Harrison and Malik Neighbors. All right, pick is in for the Chargers. Tanner's like, I already know the next 3 picks. I actually stopped having Twitter open during the draft a couple years ago because it always ruined it for me.
Oh, maybe that's what I'm looking at. I don't know yet. Look, yeah, I think Malik Neighbors would be if it wasn't Marvin Harrison Jr., he'd be a top 5 or top 4 pick.
Joe Alt. Sorry, Tanner, I totally missed it because I was Joe Alt. Interesting. Okay, sorry, what'd you say?
I was going to say Neighbors would easily be the number 1 receiver because he did, I believe, outperformed Harrison Jr. for most of the year in the stats column, right? And quite frankly, he had a Heisman Trophy winner on it as his quarterback, and he was helping get him that Heisman Trophy. So yes, I do believe it's not far from 1 and 2, not at all. It's pretty much 1A, 1B almost.
And I think it's fair to wonder, like, if Marvin Harrison wasn't in this draft, or where would Malik Neighbors stack up over the last several drafts? And he's got to be pretty high up there. So this Joe Alt pick to the Chargers, by the way, that shook up the mock draft contest significantly. Let me know when you pop up the leaderboard, and I'll start talking through it.
Okay, give me a second here, grabbing it.
You're good. You're good. It shook things up big time.
Ooh, wow.
So we got one player in the mock draft competition, which how many are in here, by the way? 28. One player in the mock draft competition that is still perfect. Is it pulled up?
It is popping up. Just showing up now.
All right. One person, Roy Gully, is currently the new leader in the BBFF mock draft competition. He's the only one who has it perfect so far. So, Roy, if you have any bets for us to start making, since you're obviously going to go 32 for 32 in this thing, let us know what bets we need to be jumping on. But beyond that, there is a 14-team tie for for second place beyond that with 13 points.
Insane.
Not much to talk about here from a fantasy football standpoint. But I do want to come back to some of these. Questions here that I may have missed. Oh, here we go. Pranav says, good or bad for Trey McBride? I mean, ultimately, it's bad news for Trey McBride. I mean, correct. he was teed up to just get hammered with targets. Like, let me grab it real quick. Come on, computer, work with me. I was just looking at this earlier today. So last year, come on, load. Trey McBride. Last year, Trey McBride down the stretch was averaging 8.5 targets per game. And like Tanner mentioned earlier, they moved on from Marquise Brown. They traded away Rondale Moore. I mean, he was potentially set up to just get obliterated with targets. Like 10, we're talking 10, 11, 12 targets per game. His ADP was way up there. ADP was number 3 overall tight end, drafted around pick 48, which is the late 4th round. There's no way to sugarcoat it. Marvin Harrison coming to town is going to eat into his target share significantly. Now, that being said, he is still going to be a top 2 option, barring some crazy scenario where the Cardinals bring in another like stud wide receiver, which I don't see how they would do that. He is going to be a top 12 option in a Kyler Murray offense, with Kyler Murray being fully healed from that ACL injury from over a year ago. Last year's Jonathan Gannon offense, nothing entirely special. They finished 24th in scoring, 19th in offensive yards, but we also got to remember they spent most of that year being quarterbacked by Josh Dobbs and a bunch of other guys before Kyler Murray was ready. So it's not good news for Trey McBride, but he will still be okay. I probably won't be drafting him if his ADP stays at 48. I'm going to need to see his ADP fall from where it is, but he's going to be okay in fantasy football, even if it is bad news. Oh, Malik Neighbors looks very, very happy right now.
Yep, there you go. I'll get that updated shortly here. I love Derek Devereaux says, fun fact, I am starting out wide receiver for the Chargers this season. So let's put him into the rankings. Let's make sure we get him somewhere top 25, right?
That's particularly miraculous because Derek is coming off a very significant knee surgery. So that is really, really impressive.
Starsky out here, one of my guys, Starsky, says, let those wide receivers fall in the draft. How do they pass on a wide receiver? Don't know how the Chargers pass, man. I don't get it.
Yeah, man. Oh, there it is. The pick is in. New York Giants, Malik Neighbors. God, I hate that so bad, man. I'm still waiting for Wan'Dale Robinson to break out. Wan'Dale Robinson was one of my favorites from a couple years back, but, I mean, look, this is pick 6, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Look, I don't love this. I don't love this pick for Malik Neighbors. I mean, as of right now, it's Daniel Jones penciled in at quarterback. I really thought they would have taken J.J. McCarthy there. I mean, the good news is for Malik Neighbors in fantasy football is that he's got nothing in the way of competition. I mean, Darius Slayton and Wan'Dale Robinson are the top 2 wide receivers. Wan'Dale Robinson has plenty of talent, but it hasn't really come to fruition on a consistent basis. Darius Slayton is just a guy that just keeps getting shoehorned into this top 2 role. Darren Waller might return, but he also might retire. So he does have that going for him where he could be a legitimate target hog right away in year 1. But man, that offense, they lost Saquon Barkley. They got Devin Singletary at RB1. They got Daniel Jones maybe playing quarterback. We don't know who's going to be throwing in passes. Talent is one part of fantasy football. Opportunity is another part. And then the environment you're in is the last part. And the environment here is just so bad. It's hard to feel optimistic about this. Now, in dynasty leagues, in dynasty league drafts, I'm not going to say it doesn't matter, but I am not ignoring a talent like Malik Neighbors. I'm not hesitating to draft him. I'm just tempering my expectations for year 1. Tanner, how do you feel about this one?
Can't believe this one here. I really expected a trade back, kind of like what JD was saying that they should have traded back. I expected something else, maybe an O-line, a defensive guy or something. But they went wide receiver they already have Hyatt there. They got Slayton, Wan'Dale Robinson, Isaiah Hodgins, and you got Miles Boykin, Isaiah McKenzie from Pittsburgh and Indy. You went out and got some line. I don't know. Look what Daniel Jones did with Richie James a couple years ago before he left for KC. He was one of the top guys in the second half of fantasy football that year. So if Daniel Jones, maybe it's a Drew Lock season. Maybe Drew Lock takes over as well. Lock. Dude, I don't know. It's atrocious to me. It's atrocious. It really is. Yeah. Poor Malik Neighbors.
I mean, if it was Drew Lock, and it won't be, it most likely won't be, but if it was, you got to love those quarterbacks that are very chuck it and, F it. And they're willing to just, if those quarterbacks that are willing to throw the ball and just take the interceptions, that'd be great news for Malik Neighbors. But Daniel Jones is more of a like run it type of, like, look for one read and then run kind of guy.
But you got to remember these quarterbacks too. Daniel Jones, Drew Lock, Daniel Jones loves the running back. He loves the running back. He needs to dump it off. Devin Singletary is not Saquon Barkley or even close to that kind of reliability. That could be an issue. Drew Lock, on the other hand, is a guy that does use his receivers and is not afraid to go downfield. It might get picked off, but he's not afraid to go downfield. So that's something to think about too when you're kind of looking at this pick of Neighbors.
Yeah, man. As it stands right now, with the way the Giants offense looks on paper with a pencil, it wouldn't surprise me if this ends up the 32 ranked offense in football. It's just year one, not good news for Malik Neighbors. Down the road, I'm drafting it. I'm happy drafting him.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I don't know about 32nd though. That seems a little mean.
I'm just saying it wouldn't surprise me. I'm not saying it's going to happen. I hedge my words politically.
I like it.
So shakeup in the mock draft challenge. Roy Gully's reign as the leader is officially over, at least for now. We now have a 8-way tie for first place between Kyle Wills, who won the BBFF playoff competition, and he was sporting a Tyreek Hill autograph jersey as his reward. Then you got GQ, Greg Quirk. We got Isaac Zart, Makaya Say, Micah Kurkowski, Andrew Metz, Joe Jones, and Timothy Meza. Hopefully Tim is tuned in here. I hope. But yeah, pretty good shakeup. Followed, all those guys got 16 points. Right behind them, we got Roy Gully, Aiden Hauser, Mike Rollmeyer, Eric Schofield. Lots of other guys with 15 points, including Danny Kuja. So Tanner's still rounding out the bottom pretty well.
bringing up the rear.
But man, I'm dropping myself. I'm 10th from the bottom. So here we go.
Hey, Nick just had a great comment. Could mean a lot of garbage time yards, though. That's very, very possible there.
Yeah, I mean, the Giants are bad where he could just get that again. There's nobody else to throw the football to besides Wan'Dale Robinson. Don't give up on Wan'Dale yet. But yeah, man, it could be one of those really ugly fantasy football diamonds in the rough sort of scenarios, right? You see that all the time where those guys just get hammered with like Adam Thielen last year just got peppered with targets because the Panthers were so bad and they had nobody else to throw the ball to. You could totally see that with Malik Neighbors, and obviously he's got the talent to make something of it. We'll see. We'll see what happens with his ADP right now on Fantasy Pros. Oh yeah, see, I'm out at this. He's wide receiver 25 around pick 49, which that in and of itself isn't terrible. I'd like to see that drop now with the Giants, but I know his ADP on Underdog was out of control. He was a second, third round pick in Underdog. I'm going to pull that up here real quick. Tanner, did we grab any of the questions from Discord that, why isn't this working?
I did not get screenshots. Sorry. I did not. I wasn't able to get there in time.
Bro, don't you dare apologize. I just didn't know if you had it or if I should just go grab it real quick.
Nah, I don't have it.
Somebody had a good one that I think applies to Malik Neighbors. I just got to go find it real quick after I pull up Underdog. If I pull up Underdog.
Nope, that ain't gonna work.
We're in pick 7, right? Tennessee Titans.
Yes, I believe. Yeah, pick 7.
Okay. All right, let me go grab that question real quick.
Wow. Titans getting a tackle.
You're leaking the pick here?
Yeah, it's already on TV. I ain't leaking it.
Are you sure?
Yep. It's on my TV. Unless Pat McAfee is light years ahead. That's who I'm watching.
Real quick, just before you drop that, I found the question. It was from Derek Devereaux. He says he wants to know how much more does landing spot matter in redraft versus dynasty? How much should landing in a bad spot with possible limited playing time early hurt a player at each position in Dynasty? For example, does it hurt at running back more than wide receiver? So the first part of the question, how much more does landing spot matter in redraft versus Dynasty? It matters a lot more in redraft than it does in Dynasty. Like Dynasty, I'm much more willing to draft talent and just farm it and wait for it to develop. Whereas redraft, you obviously don't have that type of luxury. It needs to be now or never. And that directly applies to Malik Neighbors. Like I as it stands today, I can't stand the situation that he's in, and I don't love him for redraft. But I'm not hesitating to pull the trigger on him at number 2 or number 3 in Dynasty leagues.
Yeah, I'd say Dynasty would be a lot fair to go grab him than redraft leagues. So
for sure. How much should landing in a bad spot with possible limited playing time early hurt a player at each position in Dynasty? Does it hurt a running back more than wide receiver? 100%, because running backs have a much shorter shelf life. And the thing with running backs, too, is that they are much easier to plug and play than a wide receiver is. A lot of times wide receivers take a little bit of time to develop. In fact, there's all kinds of studies that show year 3 is the common breakout year for a wide receiver, where running backs could hit quickly and hit early. Tight ends take a while to develop. Wide receivers take a while to develop. So landing spot is much more impactful at running back than at any other position.
Agreed.
All right, who was it? I missed it.
J.C. Latham of Bama, OT.
J.C. Latham. Okay, this is going to shake up the BBFF mock draft Oh, there we go. We now have a new leader all by himself at the top of the leaderboard. Let me know if you're popping. I don't know if you're going to pop up the thing or not. It's okay if not.
I'll do it next round.
Okay. The new leader at the top of the leaderboard for the BBFF mock draft competition is none other than Andrew Metz. Andrew Metz is now in first place with 18 points, followed closely by Micah Kurkowski, Roy Gully, and CFO Adam at 17 points. Several at 16, several at 15, several at 14. So it's still anybody's ball game, but as of right now, Andrew Metz is the lone wolf at the top of the leaderboard.
All right. Just want to highlight some prospects that are still out there that we were waiting to see where they go. Romeo Dunze, Washington's still out there. Brock Bowers is still to be named as well. Brian Thomas Jr. I don't know if you heard about this, Mikey, but Brian Thomas Jr. is reported that he's going to have some shoulder surgery after the draft. So that could drop him.
I did not know that, no.
That could drop him a little bit in the draft, that maybe people are a little scared of what will come of that. Well, I got a spot there on the champions, back-to-back champions team if this guy wants it. So, I'll be happy.
Wait, say that last part again?
I said there's a spot on the back-to-back champions that he can take if he gets to that point. So
I mocked him going to the Buffalo Bills, which would skyrocket his dynasty ADP. Oh, like not even dynasty. It would skyrocket his redraft ADP. And I got to be honest, I actually thought about taking Brian Thomas in a best ball draft that I'm in. I thought about taking him in, I think, the 6th round, which is usually too early for me for a running rookie wide receiver. But that was because I did mock him to Buffalo that I actually considered it there.
What did I just see here? Wow.
What, you got the Falcons pick?
Oh, yeah, I do.
I'm really excited. Don't spoil. I'm
not spoiling nothing. Man. It's a good pick.
Wait, J.C. Latham is from Oak Creek? I had no idea. Oak Creek is like the neighboring city, Tanner. I didn't even know that.
Okay.
I had no clue. Vikings are playing it smart and going to stay put at 11 and take JJ or Penix. Yeah, I mean, right now it looks like those guys are going to fall right to him. All right, Atlanta, who's it going to be here? I want to see what they're doing here. Dude, anybody, I'm not sure who had a chance to check out my episode with that talks about Kirk Cousins. I'm all in. I'm all in on the Atlanta Falcons offense in 2024. It is finally Kyle Pitts season, everybody. I'm putting that on the record as I have for each of the last 3 seasons, and then sent an apology letter out to all of my customers every single year. But it is finally Kyle Pitts season. It's finally Kyle. Arthur Smith is gone. Kirk Cousins is in. It's time, man. That guy, I mean, he got career years out of Jordan Reed, TJ Hawkinson, Kyle Rudolph, Tyler Conklin. Like, this is Kyle Pitts' time for sure. Man, you got the Falcons pick, huh? Because it's still waiting here for me.
Yeah, it's not on the TV yet, so I won't post it yet. But
all right,
cheers to that. Me and my
all right.
7-Up.
Go ahead.
Still on the clock. Still on the clock here. I ain't gonna get too crazy yet.
While we're waiting on that, Aiden Hauser on Discord. Who are your favorite potential day 3 prospects this season for fantasy? What lesser known guys do you have strong convictions about that will ball out if given a chance? Oh man, this one could take a while because there's a lot. So before I answer that, Tanner, do you have any popping out at you? Day 3 guys.
I'm popping down a little bit here because there was. I'm trying to see who would be day 3 though. Technically, Jalen Coker with Holy Cross.
Sure,
he'd be a nice little addition to a team as a third or fourth string guy, but could really make an impact on the injury. For me, he'd be one for sure.
Yeah, tiny school, obviously Holy Cross. Huge numbers in college, which you need to see if you're going to have an NFL player playing at a school like Holy Cross. Ran 90% of his routes from the outside. Looks like a last round type of dart throw in dynasty leagues, but he's definitely worth a shot, especially depending on where he lands.
According to the chat, looks like I can post this, dude.
Oh, what the? All right, so they're going to draft and develop, man. That makes Michael Penix really interesting in dynasty. Like, people aren't going to love that he's not going to play, but dude, 3 or 4 years from now, you've obviously seen what the Packers have done with their quarterbacks over the years. You bring him in under Kirk Cousins for a while. Man, that is
unreal.
So that's probably not going to move the mock draft board at all because there's no way somebody has that, but I'll check it out real quick. What do you think about this one, Tanner? Michael Penix.
Great pick for Atlanta. This is the way to do it here. You have a veteran presence of Kirk Cousins sitting there. Let him sit behind Kirk for a year or two at the worst. Let him learn the game, get used to the game, just like any other quarterback, like Patrick Mahomes with Alex Smith, Jordan Love with Aaron Rodgers with Brett Favre. This is the way to do it here. I am not mad about this at all. I think this is a great investment for the Falcons' future. And somebody in a dynasty league, maybe you do look after. Maybe not. You don't have to get him right away, but you can probably get him at some pretty good value there in a dynasty league.
Dude, so Joe makes a really good point. I totally forgot how, on the surface, I forgot how old Penix is. He's already 24 years old. Mm-hmm. So it's like, how long really can he sit behind Kirk? So now it's interesting to think, how long are the Falcons going to hang out with Kirk, right? Because he's already talked about this wanting to be his last stop. He wants this to be the stop his kids remember him playing there. But, I mean, with Michael Penix being 24 years old,
he did sign a 4-year deal. I forgot about that, Adam. Cousins did sign a 4-year deal with the Falcons.
Yeah, this is interesting. This is really interesting. I think we're looking at a solid 2 years, and then trade discussions are going to begin, whether it's Penix or Kirk Cousins, probably Cousins. This is fascinating as hell.
What if there's more insight in this? What if Cousins isn't as looking as great coming back from the injury as we all expect him to be? Maybe that's something to take into account. I know they signed a 4-year deal, but maybe there's more going on behind the scenes than we actually know.
I mean, that's a pretty good point too, because I did mention several times in that Kirk Cousins episode that the only red flag is the status of that Achilles injury. And if there's any quarterback in this draft that's the most like I shouldn't say pro ready, but experienced. Michael Penix is a very experienced quarterback. Maybe he can pick it up easier. I mean, all the reports say that Kirk Cousins should be ready to go week 1, but it's at least something to like keep in your back pocket and know about that injury. This is interesting, man. Really, really interesting.
By the way, this leaves Chicago wide open for Romeo, for Odunze.
Dude,
wide open to go Caleb Williams and get Odunze, and now you have DJ Moore, DeAndre Swift, Keenan Allen.
La 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 la.
This is very possible. It's going to be insane.
If that's true, then I really need Green Bay to draft like 7 corners coming up here. That's a terrifying thought, dude. I mean, they're teed up. In fact, candidly, in my mock draft, that I have a Dunze going here. By the way, speaking of the mock draft challenge, literally not a person scored a point on that last pick. Predictably so. I mean, who had? I don't know if anybody had Michael Penix going even close to that. Actually, let me see. I can see. Oh, you know what? This one's pretty high. Oh, Tanner. You had Penix going pretty high.
Yeah, I did.
Tanner and Eric Bright. Looks like you guys had them going somewhere around 11. So we were thinking like the Vikings.
Oh, it's on TV, Mikey. It's on TV, dude.
What is?
Oh, Dunze.
The Bears?
Yeah.
Oh, son of a French toast, man. I don't. Okay. All right. So I'm going to ignore the Packers feelings that are bubbling in my stomach right now. All right. So let's talk about it. Long term, I love this. Hold on. I'll wait for him to officially pick it. Well, I guess he did, but yeah. I'm just mine. Long term, this is great. I mean, this is a great landing spot for Dunze because you got him. You're going to have him growing up with Caleb Williams, learning from Keenan Allen, learning from DJ Moore. Somewhere, let me pull up DJ Moore's contract because somewhere down the road there's going to be an opportunity for a Dunze to take over as the wide receiver 1, right? Keenan Allen's not going to be there very long. So, I mean, there's a possibility that you got Rome Odunze being Caleb Williams wide receiver 1 in a matter of years, depending on what DJ Moore's contract looks like. I can't recall it off the top of my head. Now, short term, 2024, I'm not going to be interested in drafting a Dunze. I have a feeling he's going to be overdrafted the way that Jackson Smith and Jigba was overdrafted last year. He was easily on my do not draft list. I expect that to be the same with Rome Odunze here. There's just too many mouths to feed there with Keenan Allen, DJ Moore. We can say what we will about Caleb Williams and how great he is as a prospect, but we see it all the time where these generational talents don't quite translate, don't become this big, huge stud on the football field, at least in year 1. So should we expect Rome Odunze to suddenly be this fantasy football superstar when they already have DJ Moore? They got Keenan Allen. They got Cole Kmet. They brought in DeAndre Swift. He's going to get the football. 2024, I'm going to be out on Odunze, but long term, man, there's some legitimate sky's the ceiling type of potential here. How are you feeling about this one?
Look, you can't ask for any more weapons. What else does Caleb Williams needs, right? And here you go, having a guy that can fit in at either slot in the depth chart there, a guy that you can use possibly even in the backfield as well. And like John Chapman said, one of the most reliable guys that's going to be there year in, year out as one of your top guys. So, look, I love it as Chicago. Now, hopefully they can focus on other positions because we know they need it.
Yeah. I mean, they are clearly trying to do something with that offense. I mean, in a matter of weeks, they've gone from Justin Fields and DJ Moore to Caleb Williams and DJ Moore and Keenan Allen and Rome Odunze and DeAndre Swift. Like, they have rebuilt their spending, not only spending, but they're investing in that offense. I mean, if they can't move the needle here, then I don't know what to tell Bears fans, man. Like, this is it for them finally.
Oh yeah, I agree. Like, what else? Like, you got to have something. You can't be last this year. I'm just gonna say that.
Yep. Oh, I should probably update the board. Hey.
Well, we do got a trade. Vikings moved into the spot here. I'm trying to see what they gave up at the moment.
Wait, weren't they 11?
Yeah, they moved up.
So what did they think the Jets were going to take? Because if they moved up one spot. So are the Jets expected to take a quarterback? Because the Vikings got to go JJ here, right?
I hope not.
I mean, who knows?
But they probably will.
So with that pick, Andrew Metz extended his lead. He's up 21, and then the next closest is a couple guys at 19.
Where is this here?
Derek's got it. Terms of the Vikings-Jets deal. Vikings send 11, a 4th-round pick, and a 5th round for 10 and a 6th round. So they must... Obviously, they were scared the Jets were going to take their guy, which... What do we think? Were the Jets about to do some like draft and develop with J.J. McCarthy and Aaron Rodgers? Is that what the Vikings were thinking?
Maybe. Like that's... I don't know.
No, Denver was going to take JJ. Oh. So I think Derek is... Oh, okay, I got you guys. So so we could probably pencil in JJ then.
Yeah, probably.
So
I don't think I even had him in the first round of my draft board, to be honest with you. I really don't think I did.
I didn't. But I know that other NFL teams did. What I have written for JJ McCarthy, you know what? I'll save it. I'll wait till we know the pick. That's kind of the idea, right? What was I going to? There was a question in here. Oh, that's right. Aiden's question, right? So Aiden was asking about day 3 picks in the NFL or in the NFL draft. I got to be honest, when I saw that question, I went in and I actually like kind of highlighted a couple guys that stand out to me in my rookie rankings, and I ended up with like 10 names. I'll start with my favorite one. As far as potential day 3 picks go, his question was day 3 picks that can make an immediate impact in the NFL. The number one guy, as far as rookies go, that I've been absolutely hammering in best ball drafts, I legit might have a 100% exposure to him. Like, I think I've taken him in every draft or almost every draft, is Kentucky's Ray Davis. He's old as hell. The guy's he's going to be 25 years old in November, which is 2 years older than Breece Hall already. But, I mean, he had a really, really strong collegiate production profile, especially towards the end of his career. He might be, and I said this in last Friday's episode, he might be the best running back in this class as it pertains to contributing right now, day 1, week 1. Right? Obviously, there's some younger talent, but as far as like suiting up and being ready to go, Ray Davis is probably the guy that could be ready to go. Very solid RB2 in football, even if it's just for 2 or 3 years. And he's projected to go late. He's projected to go on day 3. So he's easily my favorite day 3 guy, and I can't wait to see where he ends up. Oh, they're just showing him. He's trying not to show it.
Who?
JJ McCarthy.
Yeah,
or is it already done?
He's picked.
He's picked, okay.
Yeah. They're already onto the Jets here.
Oh, they are, okay. See, I wonder what... See, it still says on the clock for me, but whatever. All right, so let's talk JJ McCarthy then, man. How do you feel about this?
Don't love it. I'm a little concerned for more Justin Jefferson volume and completions and more like that than I am Hawkinson. Honestly, I think I'm more concerned for the receiver core of Minnesota. JJ McCarthy, yes, he just won national title, but he wasn't a quarterback, NFL-ready quarterback in my eyes, because he just couldn't carry the games that he needed to carry. The defense did a lot of the work. The running game was phenomenal, and he had a lot of help there with some talent, but I don't know necessarily if he can be mentally ready to go out there and be a part of a Vikings offense to get JJ his numbers he needs, honestly. I think you're going to be relying really heavy on the running game. You rely heavy on Hawkinson, assuming he's healthy and returning. So it's a wary pick for me. Very, very wary pick in my eyes.
Yeah. So believe it or not, I have somewhat of an opposite reaction just on the surface. So the thing with JJ McCarthy here is, and we talked about this last Friday, like John Chapman called him a game manager. Not that that's a bad thing, but he called in my current rookie rankings, where is it? I wrote, if the term gets what's blocked was a term for quarterbacks, you're describing JJ McCarthy. He's very much just like the way Chapman puts it. He's I said that JJ McCarthy's the poster boy of gets what's blocked if that was a quarterback thing. He doesn't do anything particularly special, but as John Chapman put it, he does get the job done. And that's why, as far as fantasy football goes, there's little reason for me to believe he's not at least capable of getting the ball to Justin Jefferson, especially since TJ Hawkinson's probably not even going to be ready until like week 9. And I mean, you got Jordan Addison, of course, but we'll see, man. I mean, it's not Kirk Cousins.
No.
It's Kirk Cousins, and there's no way around that. But I feel much better about Justin Jefferson now than I could have if it was like Jaden Daniels, for example, who I like better as a quarterback or as a fantasy football player and as a quarterback. But if we start to compare JJ McCarthy to somebody like a Brock Purdy, for example, he should be plenty capable of delivering the football to the best wide receiver in football. You know what I mean?
Yeah, if we're comparing to Brock Purdy, I mean, in my eyes, he's closer to Zach Wilson than he is Brock Purdy. So I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe he comes out and he looks phenomenal. I do think from your standpoint, having a pocket passer like JJ McCarthy is beneficial to the receiving corps of the Vikings. I'll give you that there. It just worries me from kind of the closer games you saw with Michigan and the way he couldn't deliver like he should. So, but I don't know. Who knows? This might actually work out in the end. So
it could. I mean, I will say as a Packers fan, I like
you
this.
Love this.
Like, I love it, dude. I don't think JJ McCarthy's the guy, so I'm totally cool with this. I would not have liked if they went and got Penix, or I know they were trying to trade up to number 3, and I'm glad that didn't happen. So I'm good with this. But as far as fantasy football goes, yeah, go ahead.
Derek said my TV is directly plugged into NFL HQ. There's no other way he's getting these picks early.
Good.
So it's not just you, Mike.
I was sitting over here a little bit concerned that the.
See, that's what I thought, Adam. Yeah, Pat McAfee isn't on broadcast delay. That's why.
Oh, see, I was concerned that our lag on YouTube was holding it up, but we're good.
No.
All right,
JD said you should get Tom Grossi on sometime. I agree with that. Tom Grossi is pretty cool.
I mean, yeah, you got his phone number? We could start there.
I'll start working on it, Mikey.
It's a great spot for McCarthy, Josh Jacobs. Yeah, Mikey, he can game manage for a year or two. Is it? Oh, the Vikings? Yeah, man. He should be able to step in and do his thing. He doesn't seem like he's not the type of quarterback that's going to go take over we're not talking about an MVP caliber quarterback, but that's not what you need to get to the Super Bowl. You need good coaching. You need a reliable supporting cast. I mean, shoot, it's the Brock Purdy debate every single year, and I don't mean to keep comparing him to Brock Purdy. It's not the same thing, but you get those Caleb Williams types, and there's that hope for MVP. That's not what you're getting with McCarthy. So I think I'm fine with Justin Jefferson. I've been a little bit down on Aaron Jones to start the fantasy football draft season, only because I haven't been expecting offensive fireworks from the Vikings in general. And typically I like my running backs to be a part of above average offenses. I don't like when they play. When you're in a bad offense, you don't score a lot of points, so you take away touchdown opportunities. A lot of times you trail on the scoreboard, so they might take away rushing volume. So I've been a little bit down on Aaron Jones. I'm willing to bump him up a little bit more this year, but I'm curious if the general public is also willing to bump him up more, making his ADP a price that I'm not willing to pay. I have been paying up to this point for Aaron Jones, so we'll see, man. Time will tell.
Joe Horn. Hey, it's Aaron Jones is there, not Jacobs. Jacobs is with the Packers, just so you know.
Yeah. Jacobs came to Green Bay. Aaron Jones pieced out, went over to Minnesota. Yep. Aaron Jones will love JJ McCarthy's handoff abilities. Yeah, man. I mean, shoot, dude. Like I've been seeing. Oh my God, why can't I think of the Vikings number 2?
Running Madison.
Ty Chandler.
Yeah, sorry, Madison's Ty Chandler.
Madison. Yeah, he's with the Raiders now. But Ty Chandler, I've been seeing him kind of up there on draft boards, like 130, I think, which to me doesn't make sense. I think Aaron Jones is going to be the guy for as much as he can stomach. Right, let him ride off into the sunset. Oh shoot, dude! I gotta update scoreboard here.
You might as well wait a minute. Picks in for the Jets.
Is it Bowers?
I'm trying to find it. I just saw something around that though. Might have been Bowers. I hope that be.
10 was JJ McCarthy. The Jets are 11. Ooh, the JJ McCarthy pick, by the way, created a 3-way tie for first place. My guy Roy Gully is back in the mix. It's Andrew Metz, Roy Gully, and Micah Kurkowski.
Oh, OT. No Bowers. No Bowers.
Tackle?
It is a tackle, yes. Fashanu.
Oh, dude. So anybody who listened or watched last Friday's episode with John Chapman, we talked a little bit about the possibility of Brock Bowers falling out of the first round of the NFL draft, not because of talent discrepancy, but because of just the way the draft sets up in terms of team needs. And Tanner and I had mentioned the Jets as a possibility for Brock Bowers, but Chapman got that one right. They went offensive tackle because they want to keep Aaron Rodgers upright. So I'm going to update the mock draft board here.
Well,
I'll tell you what.
Oh,
go ahead.
Say Rodgers got his protection. Tell you that much. You need
somebody
to help him out.
As somebody who writes about every fantasy football player every single week for a living, very happy that this name is not a quarterback, running back, wide receiver, tight end, because that is not one that I would want to type every single week.
I guess.
It's giving me Albert O vibes, Albert O nightmare vibes.
That's right. Google has it short for Alu, so that would help you a little bit.
That would have been better. So that 3-way tie for first place in the mock draft competition was very short-lived. We now have a new solo leader on top of the leaderboard with Micah Kurkowski. Actually had the distinct privilege of meeting Micah a couple weeks ago at a local card show, sports memorabilia show. So awesome guy. Can't thank you enough for the support, Micah. He's been coming in with some really awesome ideas lately for some subscriber leagues that I would like to try and find ways to do. But Micah is now the new leader in the mock draft leaderboard. Micah, drop in the comments the jersey or the mini helmet that you're hoping to land if you end up winning this thing.
I'll get a quick snippet of the leaderboard here for everybody.
All right. You know what, dude? I should have considered going live tomorrow too, because tomorrow is when a lot of the
second and third.
We're gonna get a lot of like wide receivers and running backs tomorrow.
Yeah, you will.
Oh, let me go back to Aiden's question about day 3 picks. Like I mentioned, I highlighted a ton of these guys. Now, I'll just start at the top of what I got. Now, I highlighted Ricky Pearsall from Florida. I'm not sure he's going to be day 3. He's projected, at least last I saw, round 3, so this wouldn't count as a day 3 pick, but you never know if some of these guys slip. I do like Ricky Pearsall. He's old. He's on the older side. He's going to be 24 years old. He's going to be 24 years old in September. He's already played 5 years of college football, which we're seeing happen more and more frequently these days. Now, he's possibly a better 2024. The question was about day 3 picks that can contribute right away. And Pearsall kind of fits that mold. He might be a better 2024 draft pick than a dynasty investment because of his age, but he is likely ready to contribute to an NFL team right away in year 1. He was used primarily as a slot receiver in college, and he plays a lot like one, according to John Chapman. One of the best route runners in the draft and great hands, per John Chapman. One of my favorite late-ish round wide receivers, especially if he does slip into the 4th round or later.
Unreal.
Greg just popped in. So Greg, the I'm looking at the comments. Weightlifter 47, which is a funny name, dude. Or a creative name. So Greg Spencer. He's actually my contact, my hookup, my friend from BS Collectibles. So I was talking to you guys earlier, like literally within the first minute of the show, BS Collectibles. This is not a paid endorsement or paid advertisement. You guys got to follow BS Collectibles. If you have any interest in sports memorabilia at all, whether it's jerseys, helmets, trading cards, like I started following them on Instagram, and then Greg pulled me in to do a show with him on, at the time, Whatnot. And more recently, they're doing all these cool breaks on TikTok Shop. And I swear it feels like they're 24/7. Like every time I go on TikTok, they're live. But they do this really fun game where you purchase like a division. So AFC East, AFC West, AFC North, and you get all 8 divisions. And if what they pull out of the mystery box, like they'll pull out a helmet, and if it's the Saints, then whoever bought the NFC South division wins that helmet, and they can trade it. They do all these really cool breaks that I get all like, I want to pop popcorn and just like watch. And I've tried to buy in a couple times, and I pulled myself back before I could. But real quick, I got to tell you, Tanner, a couple weeks ago, I'm at my in-laws ish. And he's about to do a jersey break. And I'm like, man, I think I'm going to give it a shot. I'm going to try and buy the NFC North. And it was only $17 to buy the spot. I was like, I'm going to buy the NFC North. As I was considering it, my son came up to me to ask me a question. And I didn't do it. I ultimately just didn't do it. Sure enough, he opens the box. Justin Jefferson autographed Vikings jersey. So not only was it NFC North, but it was like the guy that you would want to get out of that
awesome jersey.
That one hurt the heart for sure. But Greg, thanks for popping in here, man. The guys over at BS Collectibles, by the way, they're doing their own show on YouTube right now, and they're doing all kinds of giveaways. So if you leave me to go over there, you won't hurt my feelings, you won't hurt my heart, but come back, because you don't have to be there to win. So go enter and come back.
A $300 signed Joe Namath card. That's unreal, Greg. That's awesome.
Woo-wee. All right, dude, I'm seeing the Broncos pick is in. I'm thinking about my buddy Greg Quirk with this pick.
I got it. My button's on ready to go transition. I got the pick in. Let's get it going.
All right. Oh, we got some guys with the big helmet. That looks like Greg Quirk right there. If Greg was at the draft, that big hat guy, if anybody was watching, that big hat guy looked exactly like Greg. Oh, who's it going to be? Tell me, Roger. Oh, Greg got his guy.
This is unreal. How many people are going to drop down? That's not a quarterback. Quarterbacks are getting taken left and right.
Man, dude. Oh my God. Greg has got to be so excited right now. GQ is a known But okay, let's talk about it. That's what we're here for, right? Bo Nix. All right. 24-year-old quarterback from Oregon, very, very experienced. And I'm reading from my rookie rankings, by the way. Very, very experienced, 24 years old, great athleticism. According to John Chapman, if the first read is open, Bo Nix is unstoppable. And when he's on schedule, he is the best there is. Lots and lots of upside. Candidly, I have Bo Nix ahead of J.J. McCarthy on my rookie rankings, which I'm sure I'm going to catch fire for. But, man, I'm happy for Greg because I do love Bo Nix. I like him a lot. I'm happy for Greg as a Broncos fan. Fantasy football standpoint, joining Sean Payton, Cortland Sutton's his wide receiver 1. Last year, second round, Marvin Mims is a guy I really liked coming out of college. So there's the start of some weapons there. You still got Greg Dulcich, who has flashed in the past, primarily as a rookie, but he's not a sure thing, especially with Sean Payton. He seems like he's like in Sean Payton's doghouse. So we'll see. They got to add some weapons. They got to get Bo Nix some help. I mean, Cortland Sutton's not going to cut it, and he's not going to be around much longer anyway. I think he's entering his age 28, 29 season already.
Still 3 years removed from his injury. He hasn't been the same since he got injured.
Yeah. So we'll see. It's kind of like the Patriots, where it's a step in the right direction. I mean, right now they have Jarrett Stidham as their quarterback. They just traded for Zach Wilson. I think it's entirely possible that with this kind of draft capital, 12th overall pick, Bo Nix could be the starting quarterback day one. So we'll see. Now they have atrocious new uniforms in my opinion.
You're
But
bad.
that's not what we're deciding here. Greg, man, if you're in the chat, I know you said you'd be popping in and out. I'd love to hear your thoughts on this, even though I know your thoughts. Tanner, how you feeling about this pick?
Oh wait, what the world just happened? It changed on me.
What changed?
The box. That's not even what I had it. Oh, that was the other one. Hang on. Let me back up here. Bo Nix going to the Broncos. I'm all for it, guys. Go Broncos. Look, he needs some help. There's going to be a lot of help there. Javonte Williams, can he be healthy to help with that running game? The receivers, again, like you said, very questionable at that for their depth as well. They need to hit some hit another one in the next round to get a receiver there. And quite frankly, he's kind of on the older side. But can he be anything close to remote that Herbert was coming out of Oregon? So, Sean Payton, I don't know, man. It's that the whole franchise right now is a very questionable spot, especially for a young rookie quarterback to go there. And exactly what direction do they take? How do they build around him? That's the ultimate deal for me in the end. Right now, they're far away. And as a Chiefs fan, I'm not concerned. So, but interesting pick.
Yeah, absolutely. As for the Basement Brewed Fantasy Football Mock Draft Challenge, dang, the Raiders already. Hold on.
By the way, the Raiders lost out on 6 quarterbacks.
Bro, you called this
Did
on
I get
Friday.
It? What I said?
Do you see the Raiders pick?
No, it's not on my screen yet.
Brock Bowers.
Oh, I did have it up right. Okay.
Yeah, you called last Friday. You said Brock Bowers, and I remember thinking, well, they just
I wasn't sure if that
Mayer.
was. So I have it queued up, so I wasn't sure if that was the actual pick. So that worked out.
Man, this doesn't make any sense to me because of Michael Mayer. Okay, hold on. Let's talk Bo Nix. We'll come back to Brock Bowers, but my gut reaction is WTF, man. Michael Mayer's done. He's toast now. All right, hold on. Bo Nix. Eric Schofield. Gary Thorpe. Welcome back, Gary. Roy.
Yeah, Gary.
Mike Rollmeyer. Adam, CFO Adam. And Kevin Zart. They all correctly predicted Bo Nix going number 12 overall. And we have a new old leader on the leaderboard for the BBFF Mock Draft Challenge. Mr. Roy Gully is back into first place with that selection. Now, I haven't done the Brock Bowers part yet. So while I'm updating that, Tanner, talk to me about Brock Bowers going to the flibbin' Raiders. What in the world?
Who's throwing to him? Do we know yet? Anybody know who is throwing to Brock Bowers right now?
Gardner Minshew, man, and he's more than
Mustache Mania. That's what I'm talking about.
Man.
Let's go. Look, I'm okay with this pick. I think this is a pick that was needed from them after trading up Darren Waller and getting him out to the Giants there. Look, Mayer wasn't anything special last year either. They didn't really go out and they got Harrison Bryant from Cleveland as a great backup, but you needed another weapon to contend there. You need another weapon in that offense. Losing Josh Jacobs was huge for that team. Zamir White, Alexander Madison, questionables, right? If they can be consistent enough to build that backfield. And the receiving core outside of Myers and Devontae Adams, I'm not sold. So having to go out and get at least a third style receiver, big old receiver style with tight end, just like the Travis Kelce's, the Laportas. I love this pick, actually. I really do, especially from a fantasy football aspect of things, because he's going to be a guy that gets targeted, and this is a much better prospect than Mayer was coming out of last year.
Yeah, man. Dude, there's no denying the talent, right? We talked about it last Friday. Everybody's talked about it at nauseum for the last few weeks. One of the best tight end prospects in recent memory. Guy's an obvious stud. He's an obvious stud. It's still puzzling to me, though, because Michael Mayer wasn't a nobody. He was one of the top tight end prospects last year in the draft, second round, I think. So this is a very, very interesting pick to me. I don't know. I don't really love it. He could, in my rookie rankings, I wrote he could absolutely smash if he lands in the right offense. John Chapman said he reminds him of Wes Welker if Wes Welker was 40 pounds heavier and 6 inches taller. Obvious talent. And you know what? Gardner Minshew is more than capable of delivering the ball to his playmakers. I mean, Michael Pittman had a career year with Gardner Minshew last year. Josh Downs was terrific as a rookie with Gardner Minshew before he got hurt. You still got Devontae Adams, obvious target hog there. But after that, Jacoby Myers, who's been great, and he continuously exceeds my expectations. And then you got Brock Bowers as the number 3, maybe number 2 option. We'll see how things shake out. Look, man, Dynasty, I'm all like, go get him for sure. Generational talent. Well, no, I hate using that word. He is a top tier talent over the last decade at tight end. Redraft though, man, I don't know. It's Devontae Adams is going to be the clear-cut 1, and I think the Raiders are likely to struggle to get the ball to a second or third option for Minshew is more than capable, but is he going to give you 17 games? Are the Raiders going to try and find a rookie quarterback that they can put in there, or are they going to play? They're actually on the record for saying Aiden O'Connell is technically his job to lose. He earned the right to start in the lead for that battle at the quarterback position. And if he's quarterback, I don't want anything to do with Michael Mayer. Generally speaking, I'm out on rookie tight ends to begin with. They just historically, rookie tight ends don't perform very well in fantasy football. Obviously, Sam Laporta completely destroyed that last year.
I was very high on Laporta. Night in, night out, during the fantasy football night stuff I did, I preached to Laporta. And then that ended up just working out great. I don't know if I'll do this with Bowers yet because Aiden O'Connell's a quarterback, which, by the way, just real quick on that, wouldn't you want a quarterback that was number 2 to start the season that took their team almost to the playoffs to start your team versus a rookie that came in and was all right and you didn't really make any noise? Wouldn't there be something else in there? I don't know. Maybe it's just me.
Minshew's a baller, man.
I love Minshew.
Everybody's always loved Gardner Minshew. I like him from a fantasy football standpoint because he gets his guys the football. That's my big thing with quarterbacks. Like, can you deliver the football to your playmakers? And Brock Bowers should be one of those playmakers. But it's like, is he going to start? Is he going to be the primary guy ahead of Michael Mayer day one? Like, he should be. But, a lot of times head coaches like to play that game with their rookies where it's like you got to earn it. Then you got Jacoby Myers. You got Devontae Adams.
Well, we don't know what Pierce either. We don't know what kind of coach is Pierce. Like, we know what kind of player he is, but we don't know what kind of guy, how he manages the team and how he manages the depth chart. That's a full question up in the air. I can't tell you one way or another.
And the thing with Pierce is that he's obviously a defensive-minded head coach. So he brought in Luke Getsy to be the team's offensive coordinator, who was the offensive coordinator for the Bears in each of the last 2 seasons. Right. And in those 2 seasons, I mean, those offenses were atrocious. They finished 28th and 20th in yards, 23rd and 18th in scoring. Cole Kmet he had his moments, but he was never really a fantasy football superstar. Now, obviously, I'm not saying Brock Bowers is Cole Kmet. I'm just saying in terms of usage, Cole Kmet never really dominated targets.
Yeah.
So 2024 Brock Bowers, that's not it for me. That's not the spot that I would have wanted him to be.
No, I'm right there with you. Right there with you. By the way, we have yet to have a defensive player get picked in this draft.
It's pretty crazy.
That's nuts to me.
What's going on in the chat? I gotta catch up with
let's see here. Trying to see where I left off when I was looking at other stuff.
I know. That's where I always get stuff.
These guys are rolling today. I love it.
UTSA doesn't agree with your opinion on Mikey on the uniforms. What is UTSA? What is that?
Oh, that's the college, UTSA. They have similar kind of style uniforms. UTSA, it's fine, though. I don't want to see that in the Broncos unis.
I got a very Boise State vibe when I saw those Broncos unis. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong there.
Let's see here. We got CFO Adam wants to know if Will Rattler make it into the round 1 to break the record at 6 QBs drafted in round 1. It's very possible right now, man. But there's too many good defensive guys out there that it'd be tough. Be tough.
Yeah, we'll see. We got Gary asking if you should stash Penix away. I mean, if you got the space, if you got a spot to put Penix, I mean,
why not?
It's the right type of scenario for him to like come in 2 years and ball out and do his thing. So we'll see.
Let's see here. I love that. Reckon we see any trades for those edge guys? Maybe. I don't know. I don't know who's going to go up and get them. I guess if a couple more, and you'll probably see some trades happen. I love Gary. Gary Bowers will eat with Minshew. Yeah, you will. Yeah, you will.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I can't see it. I'll dig. I mean, you guys know me, right? My research is ridiculous, so I'll be digging into the data. By the way, anybody who's listening, anybody who's watching, my rookie rankings that I put out, all of that stuff is going to be updated over the next couple days, and that means I'm going to be digging deep into the data, like I always do. And coming, like what we're talking about today are initial gut reactions, right? It's not my usual process of digging through an absurd amount of research. All of that's coming. So if you're a customer, stay tuned. It's coming up. If you're not a customer of BBFF, why? I'm just kidding. But anyway, what did I miss? I heard him. I heard the ding, 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 ding. I heard the ding, 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 ding thing. Who did the Saints take?
They took offensive lineman. And I got it right here. Talise Fuaga.
Say it again.
I think Fuaga. Fuaga. I think I got it right. From Oregon State.
Yeah. Okay, I got you.
Oh, wait.
All right, that was 14.
That would be 14. Yep, we're on pick 15. Now,
all right.
So I didn't realize we were in 15. So yeah, now we're in trade territory for some of these defensive guys coming into play.
All right, so one thing before I log that, I just want to give a nice little shout out to Danny Kuja, my boy Kuj. I don't know if you're still in here. You're at the bar, so you might be incapable now. Danny Kuja was the only person out of our entire competition that had Brock Bowers going 13. So that was enough to move him up into a tie for third place, but he's still 3 points behind the current leader, which was Roy Gully. However, I haven't logged this pick yet, so let me log this one. All right, so Talise Fuaga. We had Joe Slowinski nailed that one. So far he's the only one. Oh, what did I do? Darn it. Hang on. Talise Fuaga, 14. We had Joe Slowinski. We had Isaac Zart. CFO Adam. Eric Bright. Magdi Risk. All of those guys got it right. And all of a sudden, we are back to having a four-way tie at the top of the leaderboard between Roy Gully, Micah Kurkowski, Isaac Zart, and CFO Adam. Trailing closely behind them is Andrew Metz with 23 points. All right. Can you still hear me?
Yep.
All right. My thing made a weird noise, but here we go. Breezy wants his credit. What did I do, Breezy? What did I miss? I don't know what I missed. Oh, he must be talking about, maybe it's just late, for Fuaga. We in here, Fuaga, solid pick, evening all, lots of... GQ is in the house. Greg, dude, if you're watching still, how you feeling? Bo Nix, wearing those terrible, terrible Denver Broncos uniforms. I got to know how you're feeling about it. All right. So I'm going to go back to the mock draft contest. Roy Gully, Micah Kurkowski, Isaac Zart, CFO Adam. If any of you guys are listening or watching, drop in the comments who you're looking at for an autographed helmet or autographed jersey. Let's start manifesting it into existence. Which, by the way, this is a good time to call out that, like, whoever wins this thing, I'm going to ask you for your top 5 to 10 options of who you would like for NFL jersey or NFL mini helmet. we can't get you everything, right? There's going to be some guys that are just like untouchable, off limits. But I mean, we did get Kyle Wills. We got him Tyreek Hill when he won the playoff contest. So lots of really good options, especially if you're picking like fantasy football names. Derek, how you feeling about that Saints pick? Oh, never mind.
Oh, he loves it. He says they're back.
He says they're back. Derek says that all the time. And half the time you don't know if Derek's like being serious or not.
I'm trying to remember if he remember who his quarterback is, just to help remind him. Yeah.
The other Derek? Yeah. Breezy wants his credit. Kuz, did I give I gave Breezy his credit, right? He got that last pick right. Him and like 9 other guys. Nice job, Breezy. Just kidding. Just kidding. Greg says, I would prefer McCarthy or Penix, but Nix is a Peyton kind of guy, so predictable. We'll see. Not sold, but fingers crossed. See, I thought Greg was much more bullish on Bo Nix than that. Got to go with my boy DK Metcalf. Oh, Isaac. So Isaac said if he's winning, he's looking for DK Metcalf. Isaac, are you trying to get a helmet or a jersey? And if it's a jersey, are you trying to get home or away? Micah, you're tied for first too. I'd be curious to know who you're going for. And while we're waiting for the next one, Colts pick is in. While we're waiting for that, I'm going to go back to Aiden's question of day 3 players that I think might be ready to contribute right away, right? So we talked about Ray Davis. We talked about Ricky Pearsall. This one's cheating a little bit because anybody who watched last Friday's episode with John Chapman, we already talked about this guy, but Jalen Wright, running back from Tennessee. It might be cheating because he might not be a day 3 pick. He might be picked tomorrow. But only 21 years old, 4th youngest running back in this class from Tennessee, one of the most explosive backs and big play threats in this class. I like what John Chapman said about him in last Friday's episode, Tanner. He said Jalen Wright is the next closest to Devon Achane, but with 20 plus pounds on him, which is a good thing because that's the big knock on Achane moving forward, who, by the way, Achane's ADP is out of control in 2024 fantasy football drafts. I just want to say that right now. But Jalen Wright, his college production profile is a little bit concerning, but that turned out to be a common theme among pretty much all prospects most prospects in this class. Jalen Wright shot out of a cannon, likely a third down back, receiving specialist in the NFL. Got the upside for more work than just third down. And if that happens, Wright could end up being the best back in this entire class. Thoughts on Jalen Wright, Tanner?
Very well could. Depends if he goes in the right situation, really. Team that's looking for depth, looking for a playmaker. But, I mean, he could still be a standout guy anywhere he goes.
Absolutely. Well, and we'll come back. I got a lot more of those. Just answering Aiden's question. So we got Latu picked here.
A defensive guy. 15 picks in. We finally got a defensive player there.
Yeah, let's see. This was pick 15, right?
Yep.
Okay, so updating the mock draft competition. Let's see who got this one right. Ooh, so far, not a single person. I just got all the way to the end. Not a single the next. Ooh, Mike Rollmeyer was close. He had Latu going with the next pick. Same thing with Ryan. Ryan Golden had Latu going with the next pick. Same thing with Pranav. He had Latu going with the next pick. But yeah, nobody picked this specific one. Aiden Hauser. By the way, we've brought up Aiden a couple times. So anybody listening, anybody watching, Aiden has been doing some really, really awesome work. He's been putting together some awesome blogs on Basement Brood Fantasy, basementbroodff.com. He published rookies that you don't want to sleep on that played very well in the Senior Bowl. He's published his top 5 quarterbacks, top 5 running backs, top 5 wide receivers, top 5 tight ends, none of which were top 5. They're all top 10, which I really appreciated him doing. But if you have a chance, check out Aiden's work, follow him on Twitter. Great guy. He's doing a lot of really good work. Happy to give him the space to write his work. I know when I was first getting started in the fantasy industry, it was kind of hard to find a platform to write for. So he and the work that he's doing is high quality stuff. So definitely be sure to check it out. But Aiden also, he had Latu going the pick before this pick, so he scored 2 points here. Updating the board. Not too much change. We still got the 4-way tie at the top.
By the way, I am showing on the screen on the basementbroodff.com. You can go to content and you can see all the different articles that have been output by Aiden and other members as well. So definitely, it's been great work reading through these during this process here. So,
yeah, absolutely. And that's a good, I mean, if anybody else who's listening or watching, I open up the platform for anybody who's a customer of BBFF. I just want to make sure you have an opportunity to like try your hand at writing, or if there's any analysis you want to do. There's a whole like BBFF BFF column that's available for anybody who wants to put together. Jordan Poggle has been in there doing his betting work, which by the way, he's very successful with his NFL bets. His stuff is worth following. Lots of opportunities in there. All right, I'm going to catch up on comments here real quick.
I was going to say, guys, if you are watching here with us, of course, on YouTube, make sure you guys subscribe below. Helps us out and also keeps you guys informed for all the latest information on fantasy football here on Basement Brood Fantasy Football.
Yeah, thanks, man. Lime green color rush jersey. Come on now. All right, lime green. I can't. We'll see, man. We'll see. I don't know if Greg is still in the chat. I don't know how he feels if that's going to be an opportunity, but we'll see, man. That would be a really nice jersey to get. The other day, I was watching one of Greg Spencer, the BS Collectibles. I was watching one of their TikTok shop shows, and on the trade-ins wall, if you don't like what they pull out of the mystery box, you have the opportunity to trade in. And on their trade-in, they had one of those like. What's the green that the Jaguars wear? Like, what's that called? Is that just teal?
Teal, yeah,
teal.
Yeah.
But it had the really nice, it was a Maurice Jones-Drew jersey, autographed Maurice Jones-Drew jersey, and it was that like darker, but still teal green. It was so pretty, and I almost bought in just to try and win that. Then they pulled out they had a Chris Carter up for trade, and I was like, okay, the fantasy football analyst in me wants to try and go get that Chris Carter jersey, but the Packer fan in me wouldn't have a clue what to do with a Vikings Chris Carter jersey. It's not like I can hang that in my basement proudly, but kind of proudly. Anyway.
It wouldn't fit in with all the green and yellow over there.
Yeah. So Micah's going for the Jordan Love. I got to tell you, dude, that might not be one of the that might not be on the menu. Turns out after his ridiculous playoff performance against the Cowboys, the value like shot through the roof, and it might have shot off the menu. I don't know. I have to talk to Greg, but that one might not be an option. And that's why I ask you guys for like 5 to 10 of your favorite picks. But you got to win first. And right now you're just tied, man. So let's see what we can do here.
Boom.
All right. So we're waiting on the Seahawks here, right? Pick 16.
Yep, I got that here. I'll release that here in just a second.
Oh, you got it?
Of course I got it.
Of course I got it. Well, I mean, if you're ready, I'm ready.
Give me a second here.
That's fine. I'll.
Seattle
okay, go ahead.
Seahawks. Get my thing here.
Oh, you're gonna do the thing? Oh yeah, do the thing.
Seattle Seahawks get defensive tackle Brian Murphy II from Texas. That's another great pickup on the defense. So many steals here for the defensive side of the ball, I will say, for a lot of teams.
Yeah, I mean, when was our first one? 15, right?
Yeah, last pick. So back-to-back defensive guys.
So you said Byron Murphy went here for the Seahawks, eh?
Yep.
All right, guys. I think you heard it here first. I like to think that.
I'm in for it.
Byron Murphy going to the Seattle Seahawks. Let me just update the mock draft board here real quick. Tanner, you got any thoughts on this pick for the Seahawks?
Something they need. Nice little bull rusher, guy that can also help stop the run. So all all-around well defensive tackle, something that Seahawks defense really needed to get off the field last year.
All right. So on the mock draft challenge, just finishing up, looks like Timothy Meza, the Blue Jays bat boy, BBFF subscriber. He was the only one that had Byron Murphy going 16 overall.
It's impressive.
That was impressive. He went from, looks like he was in about 19th place. Being the only one to get that one right allowed him to jump up to about, he's in a tie now for 10th place. So nice work there, doing some work on the scoreboard. Roy Gully is now alone, once again, in first place on the mock draft scoreboard. Roy, man, if you're listening, I got to know who what helmet or what jersey you're going for. I know you're a big Titans guy, if I recall. So you're going to be, I would guess you're looking for a Titans one. Calvin Ridley, DeAndre Hopkins. What are we thinking there?
Which Texas guy?
Texas guy.
I got like 5 different accounts that have been spot on that are now saying one says Brian Young, one says Brian Murphy. Can they make up their mind? Because they're not agreeing.
So it's not official yet.
I got Murphy on a lot more, but I have.
Okay, we're about to find out.
Hey, hang on.
We'll find out.
Brian Murphy.
While we're waiting for that, I'm going to go back to Aiden's question. Day 3 picks that I like. Okay, we talked Ricky Pearsall. We talked Jalen Wright. Jalen McMillan. Jalen McMillan, 23-year-old from Washington. This dude ran 90%-ish of his routes in college from the slot. Likely to be typecast specifically as a slot receiver in the NFL. A lot of times when they're exclusively slot receivers in college, they're basically typecast and forced into that role in the NFL. Now that could cap his upside, but that also could make him an effective day one type of player in fantasy football. According to John Chapman, the expert film cruncher, he's not really great at anything, but he's solid at everything. He's just a good all-around football player. It's also worth noting, by the way, that in JJ Zacharysen's prospect model, Jalen McMillan's number 3 comparable was Amon-Ra St. Brown. Now, the other two were Tandon Doss and Kenny Stills, but Amon-Ra St. Brown was one of the comparables in JJ's rookie model. So anyway, Jalen McMillan would be on my list for day 3 prospects that I would like for day 1 in the NFL.
I mean, overall guy that works the slot. Every team could use a slot guy in some kind of capacity. A guy that works away across the middle a lot too, making can kind of play that screen kind of receiver as well. So, yeah, not bad. I mean, yeah. I wouldn't hate against it. By the way, I was right. It is Brian Murphy. The other 3 guys had no idea what they were doing. So,
get them fired,
no, rookies.
The thing that I've noticed about this class when doing my initial rookie research is that at the wide receiver level, there's a ton of guys that are like slot specific guys. Mm-hmm. And for the running backs, there's a ton of like pass catching specialist, third down running back type of guys. It's a very grouped type of class this year. It's crazy.
And that might be where we're trending towards in just the game in general. Is you're going to have to be more versatile. Yeah. You can't just be a receiver that can, go up the middle. You have to be a receiver that's able to work its way out of the backfield at times, if not on the screens or slots. So, it's just kind of where the game's developing.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. All right, Byron Murphy, D tackle, Seattle Seahawks.
Love the pick.
Isaac, how do you feel about that one, man? If I recall, you're a Seahawks fan. Defenders off the board. Still scratching my head with pick number 8. Which one was 8? I don't even remember.
8 was...
Is that Penix?
Penix.
Yeah, dude. That's definitely the surprise of the draft. No doubt about that.
I'm with him.
A Taysom Hill Packers jersey would look great in the basement.
Oh, what do we got? What do we got, Adam? What do we got going on? Oh, yeah.
Minnesota trading up to the Jaguars pick.
Ooh, there it is. There it is. All right, I won't get the details in time, so we're just going to do this real quick.
Do what? The suspense is killing me. See if
Minnesota
Adam,
Vikings trade up to the Jacksonville Jaguars spot at pick 17.
Yeah. CFO, how are you feeling? I know you're a Vikings fan. How are you feeling? Same thing with Adaviz. Man, I picked.
They already got the pick in.
They got the pick in already?
Yeah.
Do we know it?
Not yet.
All right.
That's still
all right. So Isaac's digging on the he's digging on the Murphy pick. Adam, how you feeling? Adam and Nick. Nick, I don't know if you're still in here. Adaviz, how are you guys feeling about JJ as your new QB? Hopefully, I didn't offend you with my lack of love for JJ. So I almost forgot I'm on the clock in 2 best ball drafts, which has 2 hours left. So I don't know
what time is it. It'll be close.
Never mind. That one's easy. Mike Gesicki. Done. Moving on to the next. Greg Quirk loves the Murphy pick. Oh, CFO Adam says, I'm glad they didn't trade up to 3 or 4 for JJ. Well, yeah, for sure.
No, but that'd be bad.
Would you have, this is probably obvious. Would you rather have had Jaden Daniels or Drake May, CFO? JJ to JJ sounds like a great radio call. Yeah, for sure. Dude, Mike Gesicki, yeah. Hold up. Mike Gesicki in the 19th round, Derek, is the easiest pick in all of best ball right now. The Bengals lost Tyler Boyd. They could bring somebody else in, but dude, Mike Gesicki is built to be a big slot type of tight end. If he just suddenly takes the Tyler Boyd role and you get a healthy Joe Burrow, Gesicki, I love Gesicki in the 19th round of best ball drafts. As my 3rd tight end, I love that upside for sure.
They did it. Wow.
What happened?
They'll release the pick here in a second.
I asked Nick at Adaviz about how we felt about JJ. He said bigger risk, bigger reward than some of the other quarterbacks taken, but what choice did we really have? Dallas Turner to replace Danielle Hunter on the edge. Is that a guess?
Nope, that's the guy. Dallas Turner, edge for Bama, from Bama there for the Vikings. Right. Hey, they needed something on the defensive side. I mean, they had to go after somebody, and they're making splashes in this first round so far.
I wouldn't say they needed somebody because I'm a Packers fan. I'm fine with them not improving their defense. That wouldn't, I'd be cool with that.
I'd be cool with that.
All right, let's update the BBFF mock draft challenge. The pick was Dallas Turner, correct?
Dallas Turner.
Oh, did I spoil it?
No, no, you're good. Okay. You're good.
Dallas Turner. All right, let's see. He went a lot higher on a lot of draft boards. So, yeah, dude, he was like top 8 or 9 in most of these mock drafts. That's looking like really good value for the Minnesota Vikings. Oh, look at this. We got one. Eric Bright. Hey, man, I'm giving you your flowers. I'm giving you your credit. Eric Bright, Eric Breezy correctly predicted Dallas Turner with this specific selection in the NFL draft. He is the only one to call this one. So that's a nice 3 points for Eric Bright in the BBFF mock draft challenge. I don't know where that puts him. That takes him from 22nd place into a tie for 15th place. So there you go, Bright. You're making a move up the board. You're going to have to get a couple more right to keep flying, but there you go. Breezy did it. Easy money, says Eric Bright. I mean, hopefully you bet on it because you're only in 15th place, my guy. But you did it. I'm proud of you. No, I love Eric Bright, dude. I love that guy. And the Vikes pick of Dallas Turner. Somebody has to chase down Love, Williams, and Goff. Yeah, man, no kidding. All NFC North quarterbacks beware. Turner is a bit dirty, slamming guys to the ground with his full weight. Saw him do it twice in 2 years, says Joe Jones. Joe Jones, a noted diehard Texas Longhorns fan. Derek says, I can name 100 players I would draft in round 19 before Mike Gesicki. All right, go. Start. No, man. If he's my number 3 tight end, I'm all in on that. I also like Zach Ertz that low.
Oh, yeah. I wouldn't mind taking Ertz this year.
No, sir. All right. What else? We're waiting out. What pick is this?
We are on pick 18. And I might have
18, all right. Oh, man, we're past the halfway point.
Yeah, there's not as much drama as I kind of thought would happen.
Yeah. Well, while we're in a lull, like it's literally on commercial, I'm gonna go back to Aiden's question. I'm gonna keep talking about day 3 NFL draft picks that I think could contribute in year 1. Now, this one is really hard for me to say seriously that I think can contribute in day 1 because, like I mentioned earlier with Brock Bowers, rookie tight ends are a bit of a no-no for me. But I gotta say that Theo Johnson is at least like on the list of day 3 picks that could do something depending on where he lands. So Theo Johnson, tight end, 23 years old from Penn State. Very, very strong Senior Bowl showing. Great yards type of tight end. Amazing athlete, 90% or better in every metric at the NFL Combine. Strong blocker, which means he can get on the field sooner than later. Fully complete tight end, according to John Chapman. He's projected as a 4th-round draft pick, but he does get a 3rd-round grade in John Chapman's ranks. If he lands somewhere that he can get on the football field, there's an opportunity there for him to do something day 1 fantasy football. Now, I'll be the first to tell you I'm stretching with this one. I haven't drafted Theo Johnson. I haven't even thought about Theo Johnson. I'll take Mike Gesicki over Theo Johnson. Derek. Yeah. But he should at least be in the conversation. Tanner, any thoughts on Sir Theo?
Kind of what you talked about there. I wouldn't. Yeah, it's a very, very late draft pick for me on that one, just because you don't know exactly what kind of system he's going into or how he'll even produce in a great system. So, yeah, I'm kind of right there with you.
Personal confession time. I somehow, all right, this is like, I'd be lying if I said this is the first time this happened, but ever since I started my own business and I'm just like a one-man show, which is not true. You know what I mean? Obviously I have your help, but I'm talking about like,
I know what you're saying.
I quite frankly did not eat dinner and I am ravishingly hungry. I am starving right now. So I might, let me shoot my wife a text real quick. Just like
Uber Eats.
Uber Eats. Yeah. Oh, sorry. She sent me, whoopsies. She sent me she sent me 2 texts 2 hours ago. Do you have the iPad? Can we have the iPad? I have the NFL draft going on the iPad right now. Sorry, sweetheart. Sorry, kids, but Daddy needs the iPad for once. Kyle, I never take the iPad. Give me a break. And we have 2 iPads. Where's the other one? I hope she's watching right now because I want to know what you did with the other iPad.
Can't tell you.
Derek Devereaux. Theo Johnson going to the Bengals confirmed. Oh my God. We can Miles Sanders / Chuba Hubbard debate that one again. For anybody listening, watching, anybody who's new to Basement Brood Fantasy Football, Chuba Hubbard versus Miles Sanders was like a soap opera last year. Like Derek was banging the table. To his credit, huge proponent for Chuba Hubbard in fantasy football drafts last year. Ended up being the right call. It was kind of one of those like lesser of 2 evils. Like, do you really want either one? But if you have to pick one, which one do you choose? But yeah, man, we gotta figure out what the 2024 version is gonna be. But what do you got against Mike Gesicki in the 19th round, bro? Like, what's wrong with that?
It's a steal. It's a steal.
Ooh, Joe Jones says, I got Brian Thomas Jr. here going to the Bengals.
Nah.
Dude, that would be...
Nah.
That would be insane.
That would...
You got T. Higgins and Brian Thomas. Obviously, T. Higgins would be gone, but...
but then Brian Thomas would just take the Tyler Boyd role, or outplay T. Higgins.
Yeah, but that's not really his. I don't know. That would be something, that's for sure. I mean, he's got plenty of size, lots of speed. What is he? 6'2", 209. His 40-yard dash was 4.43. Plays like a slot receiver, but he's gigantic, according to John Chapman. Might not be an NFL wide receiver 1. Could excel as a wide receiver 2, which would be exactly what he would be after Jamar Chase. I mean, it'd be interesting, that's for sure.
Right. I'm just waiting on verification of this pick just to make sure I got it right. So far, it's batting 100. So
Gesicki is more washed than my high school state championship shirts from 2006. Oh.
Now, so far this pick, guys, coming up here, if it stands, it makes 0 sense to me. 0 cents.
Marius Mims.
There it is.
Marius Mims. I had him going to the Packers. Wow.
Why?
All right.
Why? You just went out and got Trent Brown from New England for right tackle. You got OBJ, Orlando Brown Jr., and the left tackle. Why are we using a first round? Why are they using a first round pick for a tackle at this point? There's no reason for it.
I don't know, man. My knowledge goes deep on quarterbacks, running backs, wide receivers, tight ends. Offensive line, there's not too much I can do for you, but I am texting Lane Taylor to see if he has any thoughts.
Yeah, I'm just curious. Like, unless they're trying to move OBJ after 1 year, which, as a Chiefs fan, I wouldn't blame them at all.
I don't know, man. Here's what I can tell you. In the BBFF mock draft competition, so far, Aiden Hauser, the kid, he got that one. He had Mims going right here. And there's another one. Mike Rollmeyer had Mims going here. And Jory, my guy Jory Diamond, he had Mims going here as well. So let's see how that shakes up the standing. So only 3 or 4 guys, I can't even remember, got that one. But either way, so Roy Gully, after that's 3 straight picks now that Roy Gully is leading the charge in the BBFF mock draft competition. He has a 2-point advantage over the next several. Micah Kurkowski, Isaac Zart, and Aiden Hauser were at 26 points. So Roy, I won't say he's pulling away, but he's starting to pull away a little bit in the mock draft challenge.
Kevin and Evan, watch out. I'm coming for you. Getting out of the basement.
So Roy has 28 points. Tanner is at 12. But dude, you're not alone. Kevin Zart's at 14. Evan Batchelor's at 14. I'm at 15. Laurie McDonald's at 16. So Roy's just kind of nailing it.
I still got a chance here. I still have a chance. Not for the win, but to get out of the basement.
Yeah, man, for sure. Good call, Derek. Too bad I had JC Latham there. Round 3, but my prediction for draft. So, all right. All right. So we're going to what? Pick 19 with the Rams. My Packers are not too far. They're coming up in a little bit.
Yeah, so teams coming up here. We got the Rams on the clock, Steelers, Dolphins, Eagles, Jaguars from that trade with the Vikings. So that's your next, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 picks as we're coming into play. So pick 19 currently is currently on there.
The Rams still have a first-round pick. Will they trade out just because?
I mean, why not? McVay might as well just keep it up. So
yeah. Dude, he's probably just loving having a pick. I mean, you can't fault the guy. Yeah. They won the Super Bowl, so it's like it worked.
Yeah, I mean,
all right.
It got them what they wanted.
For sure. All right, while we're waiting, I'm going to move on to the next day 3 player that could have an impact day 1. Now, my first player that I mentioned was It was Ray Davis. Ray Davis was the first one that I mentioned. And I mentioned him because he's the player that I draft. Like, I probably have a higher exposure on Ray Davis than I have of anybody else, including Mike Gesicki. The second highest drafted rookie in my portfolio currently is 22-year-old Will Shipley from Clemson. Now, again, this could be cheating. He could be a tomorrow pick. He could be a round 3 type guy. But if he does slip into round 4 and he does slip into day 3, very well-rounded running back, very solid as a runner. But the big thing with this guy is that he can really, really excel as a pass catcher, which, if you're a solid runner and you're a good pass catcher, the question comes down to blocking. So if he can get on the field and stay on the field for all 3 downs, theoretically, there's a possibility that he is the best running back in this class. And I like Tanner, I like what John said in last Friday's episode. He said something along the lines of, if you asked 7 different GMs who the best running back is in this class, you would get 7 different answers.
Legit.
Will Shipley would be in that conversation to be one of those guys. His draft capital and his landing spot is going to tell us a lot, but he's the guy that I'm hammering in best ball drafts, at least as of right now, with how late he is.
All right. And I think when Shipley started up in Clemson, he was really highly talked about at that school, but you haven't heard the chatter as much towards the last couple years since then. So, which makes you think: is it the quarterback? Is it Dabo or whatever over there? Is it something there? But I don't know. I think Shipley could still fit somewhere for an offense.
That's the fun part. That's why we're doing what we're doing, right? It's like where you land tells everything. At running back, probably more than any other position, for sure. The Rams pick is in. I don't know if that means they're going to be announcing it or not. Going back to the comments, I'm just looking here.
I think I got it.
You got break it, man, break it. Because here comes Roger. Let's see if you can beat Roger.
Well, I'm trying to download it. I want to be creative on it, make it look good.
So I asked Lane Taylor about that Bengals pick, and he said getting that offensive tackle was a must.
Which, kind of don't blame it. You got Edge Jared Verse of FSU, Florida State Seminoles.
Wait, what? Oh, Verse?
Yeah, I like that one.
Yeah, man. That was at 19, right?
Yep. I mean, okay. Aaron Donald gone. You need something else on that line, so.
Yeah, dude. I'm just updating the mock draft contest right now. Sean Eschendahl nailed that one. Derek Devereaux, my man. Derek Devereaux nailed that one. Danny Kuja nailed that one. McKay nailed that one. Andrew Metz. Oh, no. Not you, Andrew Metz. Sorry, buddy. And that guy, Mikey Henninger, nailed that one.
Oh, look at that.
Here I come. Watch out, everybody. So, with that pick, updating the scoreboard here, Roy Gully maintains a 2-point lead on Micah Kurkowski and Isaac Zart. Mikey Henninger jumped from 25th place up to 24th place, so watch out, world. Derek Devereaux, Mikey Tanner would love for you to discuss and vote on my poll in Discord. All right, I'm going to click over there.
So I can tell you what his poll is. So
yeah,
the poll currently in the Discord is better PPG fantasy football season.
Ooh.
Points per game fantasy football season 2024. Jaden Daniels or 2023 Sam Howell?
Oh, 2023. Okay. Ooh, I like this. This is fun. I didn't see 2023. I saw 2024, and I was like, well, Sam Howell might not even be the guy. Dude, Greg, this picture is awesome, man. Thank all of you guys, everybody who's listening, everybody who's watching. Thanks for hanging out with us. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for subscribing. This means a lot. Man, it's just cool doing stuff like this. And I'll be the first to tell you, I recognize instantly that it's not like none of it's not scripted. It's not smooth. It's probably not as flashy as some of the other shows out there, but man, it's fun just to be able to do this sort of thing. So thank you everybody for tuning in. Derek, better points per game fantasy football season. This year's Jaden Daniels or 2023 Sam Howell? Well, let me start by looking at 2023 Sam Howell. All I know is the kid was awesome last year, at least from a fantasy football standpoint. So the baseline then, what we're looking at here, Sam Howell averaged 15.1 fantasy points per game over 17 games. So do we think Jaden Daniels this season averages more than 15.1 fantasy points per game? What do you think, Tanner?
No Ron Rivera. Helps him out tremendously.
But Dan Campbell. Or, oh my God.
Cliff Kingsbury, right? I know you're talking about the head coach, yeah. But I think Kingsbury is your key there because you do got a head coach that's probably going to allow Kingsbury to do whatever the heck he wants. And that's going to be tremendous, yeah. So, I mean, for me, I think I did the wrong color. I didn't read it right, but I got to go change it. But the right answer for me is Jaden Daniels. And there's no reason why he should not surpass that number of 15 because he has the rushing ability. He can escape the pocket a lot better. And if they build the offense around him, they should be able to create the offense scheme around him where he's able to dump it off to Brian Robinson, able to get it out to his weapons as well. So I'm going Daniels.
Oh, man, this is one hell of a question, dude. It really is. I like this. Keep those coming. That's fun. Looking at last year, so I said Sam Howell averaged 15.1 fantasy points per game. That was 24th among quarterbacks. Now, of course, you're including guys like Joe Flacco, who only played in 5, Anthony Richardson, who only played in 4. But you're basically wondering if Jaden Daniels is going to be a top 20 quarterback. Dang, dude, this is tough because to me, 15 feels like the number for Jaden Daniels.
The number?
I'm going to say no. I'm going to say Sam Howell. I'm going to say 2023 Sam Howell outperforms 2024 Jaden Daniels. And that's really tough to say because of that rushing ability. Now, to be fair, Sam Howell's got plenty of rushing ability of his own. But it's not like we're talking about like Anthony Richardson here, who we knew like rushing ability was the thing with Anthony Richardson coming out of last year. I don't know, man. If I have to choose one,
but I don't think Daniels is going to be as reckless as Richardson. Seeing what Richardson started, the way he did it last year, I also think he's in a much better program to start the year in Washington than Richardson was with the Colts.
Oh man, because you got Richardson, you got him working with Shane Steichen, who's a terrific coach. I really don't know. This is such a tough. If I had to choose one, I'm going to take 2023 Sam Howell over 2024 Jaden Daniels. But I'm not like, you know how it is in fantasy football. There's some questions that are like, oh, easily this. That's definitely not the case with this one. That is a really tough one. Derek, that's a great poll and a great question. I'm curious to know what your. Oh, he voted Sam Howell in that one. So he also. What do you guys think? Anybody who's listening, would you rather have who ends up with better numbers? 2024 Jaden Daniels with the Commanders or 2023 Sam Howell, who averaged 15.1 fantasy points per game? I want to see some can we do polls in the chat? Probably not, eh?
No.
That would have been. Oh yeah. Wait, yeah, you can start a poll. Oh, it's on.
On YouTube?
I'm doing it on YouTube. I don't know if we'll see how it works.
Go for it.
Worth a shot.
Oh, you can. Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, that's cool.
It is cool. Bam. Start a poll. Ooh. It's like at the top. That's fun. Greg Quirk said he's taking Daniels. I mean, you might be right, dude. I already regret saying Sam Howell, but man, I don't know. I really don't know. That's a great question. I got so sucked into that I lost track of the draft. Did I miss a pick?
No, it happened here. Offensive tackle Joy Fatanu from Washington for Pittsburgh Steelers.
Number 20?
At number 20.
Oh, Fatanu. Okay. That's what you said.
Yeah, Fatanu. Yeah.
All right. For the Steelers?
For the Steelers.
All right, my friends. Updating the BBFF mock draft competition. Not a single person had Fatanu going here, but a lot of people had Fatanu either going the pick after this or the pick before this. Oh, wait. I take that back. Ryan Golden. Troy Fatanu. He's the only one who got this pick correct. Anyway. How are we feeling about that one, Tanner? Any thoughts in particular? I mean, obviously, lineman, it's
a smart move.
Not the most exciting thing, but
no, but very, very, very smart move. Like you already went out and got some weapons, right? And you got a quarterback. Go out and try to protect these guys, right? Whether it's Fields or Wilson, go out and try to protect somebody. I'm okay with it. I'm okay with the move.
It's not a bad thing. That's for sure.
No, not at all.
And I mean, they got Arthur Smith in town.
Yeah.
So you know what they're gonna do. There's no. Well, I was gonna say there's no more run heavy coach, but then you got Greg friggin' Roman. So I mean, Najee Harris, by the way. I never thought I'd say this because I'm not a big Najee Harris guy, but I've been all over him in best ball drafts this year because of his ADP. You get him in the 9th round of fantasy football drafts this year. So far, at least. I don't know if it'll stay that way, but he's been a bit of a steal in fantasy football drafts. Jalen Warren's down there as well. But yeah, man, I mean, we know what the Steelers are going to do, right? You got a defensive-minded head coach. You got Arthur Smith at offensive coordinator. You got 2 quarterbacks for some reason. No, I'm just kidding. But checking in on the poll, most people are taking 2024 Jaden Daniels, which is totally fair. For some reason, I can't I can't scroll up to it, but I see Jaden Daniels is 67%. Ryan Golden said, "I don't think the
click on it. Click on it.
Say that again.
Just click on Jaden Daniels.
Oh, nice. Okay, cool. Thanks. Jaden's gonna run all over the football field. I mean, yeah. I'm pretty much regretting my decision, but I voted already, so I'm sticking with it. I'm gonna double down. Sam Howell.
Double down.
Oh, by the way, as far as the BBFF mock draft challenge goes, Roy Gully separated himself by 1 more point. He is now 3 points ahead of the next 2 participants, Micah Kurkowski and Isaac Zart, which means even if Micah and Isaac got this pick exactly correct and Roy didn't get a single pick correct, Roy would still be tied for first place. So that 3-point cushion is pretty significant. Since pick is in.
All right, let's see who it is.
Do you got it?
Nope, not yet. Not yet.
I mean, they've been apparently trying to find a third option in that passing game. They were courting Odell Beckham for a while. I'm just speculating only because I'm a fantasy football guy that loves quarterbacks, running backs, tight ends, wide receivers, and gets really bored by offensive tackles and anybody on defense. But just saying, Dolphins have been trying to find that third option in the passing game. Tyreek Hill is on the record saying that he plans on retiring after. I mean, I find it really hard to believe he'll hang him up with how well he's still playing, but I'm just saying. That's all I'm saying. I agree. Jaden Daniels is going to run all over the football field because GQ is God. So YouTube has a stupid heart thing in my way, and I can't.
I know. I hate that thing. GQ is starting on their offensive line. Sack City.
Yeah. Yeah. And Ryan says, I don't think the red zone accuracy is there for Daniels. I don't see the passing touchdowns being there either. 6 votes. We should toss another poll up there. That was fun. Okay. While we're waiting, I'm going to hop over to the day 3 picks question again, Tanner, unless there's anything on your mind or anything that you want to talk about.
Nope. I'm going to get the next pick together here.
All right. Who did I talk about last time? Will Shipley? All right, here we go. I got to talk about this one. This is, okay, so we talked about Ray Davis. We talked about Will Shipley. Those are my top 2 day 3-ish rookies that I'm hammering. Those are my top 2 rookies, period, that I'm hammering in all my best ball drafts. Ray Davis, Will Shipley. The third rookie, not just running back, the third rookie that I'm hammering in my best ball drafts is 22-year-old Isaiah Davis from South Dakota State. Really good size, well-rounded ability, including in the passing game, which we've already talked about. That's such a big, critical fantasy football. He's a big back. He's plenty capable of breaking tackles, creating big plays. Now, there's plenty of question marks coming from South Dakota State. There's always at least somewhat of a red flag when you're coming from a smaller school like that, but it looks like he could be the type of running back that thrives if he lands in the right situation, which is always the big ifs. Any thoughts on Isaiah Davis, Tanner? It's okay if not.
I don't. I haven't looked into him quite enough, so.
South Dakota State, I mean, small school type of guy, but I love grabbing him with like the last pick in a 20-round best ball draft.
Again,
love it.
Another guy you would just, hey, why not? Why not? If you're able to have room and you have enough depth, you feel, why not?
Right, 100%. So Derek said GQ is starting on the offensive line, and Greg said, I've been gaining weight, so I'm ready.
That's awesome. Dolphins select defensive end Chop Robinson from Penn State, another Penn State legend.
Really? All right. Anybody have any questions for Lane Taylor?
Yeah. What's on the menu for this summer? What's his biggest barbecue or smoking item for the summer?
Dude,
because his barbecue, it's amazing looking at the stuff.
he just posted something the other day, and I was like, bro, when I come down, so my sister lives my sister lives in San Antonio, and my good buddy Tom lives in Austin. So I'm one of these days I'm planning a trip down to like Texas, and I told Lane, I'm like, I'm coming over for dinner, just so you know. And he was laughing at me.
That's awesome.
Dude, the stuff he posts on Instagram is unreal. Hold on. All right, I got to update the mock draft board. Who was it?
Chop Robinson.
Chop. That just makes me want a sandwich. Chop Robinson. Here we go. I'm so hungry. So hungry. All right, Chop Robinson. Nothing. I mean, according to everybody's mock draft, this is a reach. I mean, most people didn't have Chop going for another couple of picks yet. So I don't think anybody gained. Oh, we had a couple people gain at least 1 point on this, but nothing, no major shakeups. Chop Robinson. What a name.
Right?
What a
that's somebody to root for.
What's that?
That's somebody to root for. He would have been perfect in Kansas City doing the chop when he gets a sack, you know.
Heck yeah, man. I got a text from Eric Breezy Bright. I'm dying laughing, man. I love you, man. I really do, man. I have a fun little tradition with Eric. Every March Madness, I send out the welcome email, and I always say something like, hey, friends, family, loved ones, colleagues, respected friends, Eric Bright. Like, it's just like my favorite joke of all time. And we're going on like 10 years running of it. So he's always a good sport. I love that guy.
Those are the
right.
best.
I'm going to be popping in by Candace in about 2 weeks. So hopefully we'll cross paths and I'll see you there. But shoot, screw that, man. Let's get on the golf course, man. Let's go have some fun. Sorry, Tanner, I cut you off.
No, you're good. Jordan said, go Pack, go. Got that dog in him.
Got that dog in him.
That
He
dog
retracted some message. I'd be curious to know what that was. No, I'm just kidding.
Chop. Chop. Chop.
Hey, JP, who are the Packers taking, dude?
It has to be defense because that's all they choose in the first round. So you're going defense.
It's got to be an offensive tackle, dude. We need to keep our guy upright. Hey, look at that. That graphic looks awesome, dude. Nice job. As I'm this lag, I'm like seeing the Dolphins thing pop up.
Oh,
chewing my string and texting either Bright or Lane Taylor. I don't know who I was texting there. All right. I'm going to work. All right. So we're waiting on the next one, right? Eagles. Let's hop back to Aiden's question. We're talking day 3 rookies that I'm particularly high on for year 1. We've already talked about Ricky Pearsall, Jalen Wright, Jalen McMillan, Theo Johnson, Will Shipley, Isaiah Davis, Ray Davis. I'll just keep it with running backs for now. I actually don't even know how to pronounce this. Dylan Lobb. Is it Lobb or Lobby? I don't know.
I don't know on this one.
25-year-old kid from New Hampshire already. He's going to be 25 years old in December. Again, you're seeing a lot of these older rookies that are coming out, the COVID years and everything else that's going on. He's going to be 25-year-old in December. He had a really great collegiate production profile from New Hampshire, especially in the receiving game. So again, he's one of those guys who could be a PPR type of, I won't say monster, but he could be PPR effective if he lands in the right situation. So there's a lot of these guys, by the way, running backs that are just like, could be PPR weapons that are used in the passing game. The big thing, and this goes back to what we talked about on Friday with John Chapman, is can they block? Are they capable pass blockers? Because if you can't protect the quarterback, you're not even going to be on the field to catch passes. So
can you see the field? That's the ultimate goal as these running backs that will be picked late and UFAs. So
you got to be on the football field, and that's the big question mark with these. And I got three other guys that I highlighted as potential day 3 picks that I like for year 1, possibly. Guys that I would consider targeting in best ball drafts, for example. I'll save one for the next round. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to hop on good old DoorDash and order myself some dinner. Jordan, please don't pay attention to the fact that I'm going to be eating dinner at like 10:30. I literally forgot to eat. I just straight up forgot to eat dinner, and then the draft is starting, and I'm like, I am starving, and I don't know the best time to do this. Oh, God, I already got a text from Jordan. Oh, never mind. So Jordan, anybody who's listening, anybody who's watching, Jordan is A, he's one of my best friends on the entire planet, but B, he is my fitness trainer, a guy that I've learned a ton from as far as nutrition goes. Guarantee you've seen you've seen me pitch his product a time or two in my episode, or heard me pitch his product a time or two. The guy's he's been a legitimate life changer in terms of the things I've learned from him in regards to fitness and health and nutrition. And the best part is none of it is these gigantic changes you need to make in your lifestyle. You don't need to do all this crazy dieting or these ridiculous workouts. It's teeny tiny changes that you make to your daily habits that make all the difference in the world for your fitness. I've worked with Jordan for a couple years now. I've lowered my blood pressure, lowered my cholesterol, and I accidentally lost 11 pounds. I never went into it trying to lose weight, and I lost 11 pounds. So GQ, I know you said you're looking like an offensive lineman these days. Give Jordan a call. Jordan will get you looking more like a wide receiver. Jordan says no chicken wings. Oh, dude, I want some buffalo wings bad right now.
We do have, all right, we got a couple comments here.
Yeah, let's go.
Let's get Ryan here first. Ryan Golden. He says, I love Malachi Corley, Mikey. I could be off, but I love him as a mid-round rack wide receiver who I think finds his way onto the field and makes an impact this year. Thoughts on him? This is a guy that played at Western Kentucky, one of the best offenses in the nation, despite it being a smaller school. I'd be okay with that.
Yeah. So here's the thing, dude. I liked Malachi Corley until I read John Chapman's evaluation of him. So to give you guys a little bit of insight into the process or how the sausage is made when I'm putting together my rookie evaluation. So in addition to my own analytics, my own metrics, my own film study, which film study is not a big part of my game. I've never considered myself to be any better than average as it pertains to film study. So I like to look at somebody who's particularly good at it, and that's John Chapman. I've known Chap for years. Like now he's full-time 49ers Rush podcast. He used to be like a school teacher, but he's done so well as a film analyst and as a like basically a scout that he is now full-time doing 49ers stuff. But anyway, he's still my go-to for all things film analysis as it pertains to rookies. And I got to tell you, after I read his profile on Malachi Corley, it soured me on him a little bit. I still like him. I mean, I still have him, 28th, 27th or so in my rookie rankings, and that could go up or down depending on his landing spot. But the thing with him is he should have had a stronger production profile. When you look at like what he did in college, it should have been stronger playing at a school like Western Kentucky. It was fine. It was good. It just wasn't terrific. It wasn't as explosive as you want to see. He's not a complete wide receiver. Now, John Chapman does say that he has his run after the catch ability might be some of the best in this entire class. He's built like Deebo Samuel, profiles like a wide back and a gadget type of guy. My big sticking point with Malachi Corley here is that, according to Chapman, Malachi Corley's route tree is as bad as it gets in this entire class, which to me makes it hard to stomach him or envision him being on the football field at least in year one outside of designed gadget type plays, which are fun. They're fun to root for. You think of guys like Tavon Austin, who like that was his thing, were those gadget type plays, but it doesn't really pay dividends in fantasy football. Now that's not to say you can't develop, but in year one, I'm not as bullish on him as I was before I spoke with Chap about Malachi Corley. So that's where I'm at on Corley. I don't want this to sound like I don't like the guy. I'm not as high on him as I was before.
That's fair. Yeah, I didn't realize on the route tree part for him. So maybe he's as a smaller school too. It makes sense.
That's according to Chap. Yeah. And like I mentioned on the show last week, is I've worked with him long enough to trust his analysis, take his word as gold in a lot of scenarios when it comes to evaluating talent. I mean, he's long been a guy that I've admired watching him do his thing. Like if you ever watch any of his film study videos, it's like, holy crap, this dude's brain works in a way that I've never even thought of. So I've told him before that we should get like this peanut butter and jelly thing going, because my whole deal is numbers and analytics, and his whole deal is film study. And dude, if we can find a way to marry those two, it could be awesome. Wait, Derek had a question?
Yep. Derek had it was a two-parter here.
Oh, from P2 Squad. Okay.
Yeah, from P2 Squad on Discord. In my Dynasty / Keeper auction league, I'm deep at wide receiver. With such a deep incoming wide receiver class, should I still look to just draft best player available or target other positions where I'm weaker, like running back?
I love this question. I have a lot of thoughts. Do you have any that you want to chime in with before I vomit all over the microphone?
You go and vomit on this one.
All right. So when it comes to dynasty leagues, my approach to them is just like it is in the NFL. It's drafting for value, drafting best player available using need as a tiebreaker. So if there's a running back and a wide receiver that you have in the same tier and you need a running back, I'm fine with you grabbing the running back. If you have a wide receiver, if you have 3 wide receivers in this tier and you have a running back in the next tier, I'm sorry, but I'm still going wide receiver. The big thing in dynasty leagues is, and I've come to notice that a lot of people develop this like bond with their guys. Like when they acquire a player, they're like, oh, he's going to be on my team for the next 10 years because it's a dynasty league. That never happens. You always end up like trading guys. Like when I acquired DK Metcalf in one of my dynasty leagues a couple years ago, and I was like, he was like my number one dynasty player. And now I'm trying to shop him this offseason and trying to make some upgrades somewhere else. So it's just really important for people to remember. I always play dynasty with a 3-year window in mind. I look at the next 3 years. GQ, I hope you're not listening to this because you're in all of my dynasty leagues and I don't need you exploiting me in trades. But I always look at dynasty with a 3-year window, and I will gladly take an 8th wide receiver if he's the best player available, so that I don't reach for a running back that's just not going to cut it for me, which candidly in this particular draft class, I got a feeling I'm going to be stocking up on wide receivers and basically ignoring running backs. And if you are deep at wide receiver, make some trades. You can trade some of those guys to get running backs and balance your team out if you need to, but don't reach for need, because fantasy football is a game of extracting value at every possible turn. And the only way to do that is taking talented players or players that you know are going to be good at the game of fantasy football. Anyway, hopefully that wasn't too long-winded, but yeah, I'm definitely team get the talent, get the value out of the pick, don't draft for need. That, by the way, real quick, that's not just dynasty. That's redraft as well. I have drafts where I'll take a 5th wide receiver before I take a 2nd running back. Okay. I want as many good players on my team as I can get, and I'll figure out the rest later. Now, that's not me saying go draft 10 wide receivers. You're going to eventually get to a point where you screw yourself over, but don't force yourself to take a position just because you feel like you need it, especially in redraft leagues where you can play the waiver wire pool. Like, trust yourself, trust Basement Brood Fantasy Football. Who knew this could turn into a sales pitch? But we can balance your team out. Get yourself the best players on your team, and we'll figure the rest out after that. Boom, that's it.
Here we go, Mikey. Here we go. Jaguars select.
Oh, the draft is still happening. My bad.
Wide receiver Brian Thomas Jr. going to the Jags.
Oh, no way.
Yeah, I think you missed Quinion Mitchell from Toledo, corner, going to the Eagles as well.
I did.
For your for the contest. So Quinion Mitchell and then Brian Thomas Jr. just going to the Jags. Kind of shocked on this pick here. Didn't see the Jaguars really trying to go after a receiver this early.
Oh, so here's the thing, man. I got the alert earlier. I don't know if it was Schefter or who it was, but it said Jaguars trying to trade up to get a wide receiver. So I totally knew it was a possibility. Well, I shouldn't say I knew, because a lot of that stuff I kind of brush off because there's always so much noise leading up to the draft. But, dude, I mean, it makes sense, right? They let Calvin Ridley walk. Zay Jones was in some weird legal trouble earlier in the year. Now, they did bring in Gabe Davis, but if there's anything we've learned about Gabe Davis over the years is that he's just a guy. He's like the ultimate boom bust wide receiver. The dude gets you 20 or he gets you 0 in fantasy football. I mean, Brian Thomas is going to come in and bring that presence. That totally sucks for Christian Kirk and Evan Ingram. Dude, I was all in on both of those guys up until this pick, and I'm not out on them, but it definitely hurts Christian Kirk and Evan Ingram. Well, I was really, really excited about those guys. I was taking Christian Kirk at the 4-5 turn. I was taking Evan Ingram in like the 6th round. And this one hurts, man. Brian Thomas is terrific. We already talked about him a little bit earlier. I mean, he's I don't want to regurgitate what I already said, but big dude, runs fast, right? 6'2", 209, 4'3", 40, plays like a slot receiver, huge slot receiver. Mm-hmm. So that's going to be the interesting part, is where they use him, right? Because Christian Kirk runs a lot of his routes from the slot. So it's like Brian Thomas has the size to play on the outside. So, but he kind of plays like a slot receiver. So where are you going to put him? I don't know. What are your thoughts?
Where are you going to put Gabe Davis? Gabe Davis going to the Jags. Where do you have that slotted in?
Yeah, I mean he's going to play on the outside for sure. He's going to be that big play threat. And the real tricky one here is Zay Jones. This pretty much kills Zay Jones in fantasy football.
Honestly, it does. It really does. It takes him out of, unless you're in a really deep league. It takes it out. Like, you're not picking him.
Yeah, and I was actually drafting Zay Jones in like the 16th round of best ball drafts, but that's kaput now.
Yeah.
And See, now here's the other trick is Brian Thomas, he's been drafted pretty high up to this point. He's been like a 6th-round draft pick. I'm not touch. I hope his ADP falls a little bit here. This is too high for Brian Thomas in that offense. I don't know, man. I think the good news is I think this is going to knock Christian Kirk's ADP down. And Christian Kirk he's balled out since he's been in Jacksonville, like quietly. Like people haven't recognized how well he's done in Jacksonville. So I'm hoping this knocks down his ADP and turns Christian Kirk into a value. I've already been drafting him in the 4th round, which is probably more like his ceiling. But if he suddenly falls into the 6th or 7th round, there could be a lot of value there because Brian Thomas isn't going to suddenly come in and be this heavy volume, like pepper him with 8, 9, 10 targets. That's not going to be what we get from Brian Thomas with Christian Kirk already in place and Evan Ingram, who's also been balling since he's been in Jacksonville. So, I mean, if anything at all, this is a nice boost for Trevor Lawrence. But now that I say that out loud, it's actually not that big of a boost considering he had Calvin Ridley last year.
It's not a big boost for Lawrence, or it shouldn't be, especially after how he performed last year. Shouldn't be a big boost. I don't know, man. It really is interesting for that where you could actually get Christian Kirk now, because as we've done drafts, a lot of best balls especially. A lot of these guys that I draft with, or through Underdog and Sleeper and stuff, they love getting these rookies early and quickly. And so you could get Kirk possibly 8, 9, 10 if you get in a real good group that just slams the rookies really hard. Yep. So it's very possible you do see Kirk drop closer to that 10 mark at a 10 round in a 12-man than sticking around 6.
100%, man. And it's we talked about it in last Friday's show, right? Everybody always wants that shiny new toy, right? Those rookies, they love those rookies. Rookie wide receivers are perennially overdrafted in fantasy football. Like they always go way too soon. Now, obviously some break the mold, right? Zay Flowers was terrific last year. Puka Nacua, I mean, dude wasn't even drafted, but there's always a lot of wide receivers. Like I remember Jackson Smith and Jigba going in like the 4th round. Quentin Johnson was going in like the 7th round. There's always wide receivers that are drafted way too high. And I suspect that's going to happen with, I mean, Marvin Harrison should ball out, but Rome Odunze, I think that's going to be a struggle. Malik Neighbors is going to be a struggle at his cost. I don't like Brian Thomas at his cost. So I think a lot of these rookie wide receivers I'm avoiding in year 1, but I'll bang the table for them in dynasty leagues.
Yeah, I'm with that.
All right, I'm updating the draft board, which I kind of apologize everybody. I fell behind there. So Quinyon Mitchell, nobody got that one correct. There were a couple people who were within 1 pick. Now Brian Thomas Jr., we have Kyle Wills, who got that pick correct. We have Danny Kuja, the Kuj. He had that one correct. We had Eric Breezy. Oh, man. So Danny Kuja and Breezy are just like sharing a booth at the bar, probably sharing a milkshake and just like bonding over getting this pick correct. You guys are cute. So those 3 guys, or those 4 guys got that pick correct. Let's see how it shook up the standings a little bit. Let me resort this bad boy. So for, I think, the 5th pick in a row, Roy Gully remains alone at the top. He has a 3-point lead on Isaac. And Danny Kuja, who got that pick correct, is now in a tie for 2nd place with 29 points. Both guys are 3 points behind Roy Gully. So we're coming down the stretch here, man. I don't know, Roy, I don't know if you're in here, but you got a 3-point edge with a couple picks left. Have you been keeping up with the chat? I feel like I missed some stuff.
I've been keeping up a little bit here. Adam just said Toledo has been heard from with that cornerback pick there. Ryan says that evaluation makes perfect sense on when you talk about Malachi earlier.
Okay.
Oh, Derek Devereaux says, you must have Mike Gesicki in a dynasty league. That's the only explanation for why you're drafting him. You're bonded like you're in an avatar together.
Honestly, I'm just pumping him up so that I can sell him to GQ.
Oh, we just got another trade. We have a trade. The Detroit Lions have.
Oh, yeah.
They
jumped in front of the Packers. This is interesting. Am I about to fight? Actually, there's not anybody here that I'm like freaking out about. Like I was, man, dude. The Packers. I wanted Jackson Smith and Jigba so bad.
Oh, you did?
Last year I did, yeah. And I thought for sure. Oh, the year they took Jordan Love, dude. Who was the wide receiver that year that I really wanted? Was that who was that?
Trying to think of what year that would have been. Who would have been?
I'm gonna look because now it's bothering me. Because I was so mad when they took Jordan Love, like so angry. I went on like a rage tweet spree when they took Jordan Love. Who was that? Now I gotta know. Oh, and then in the second round they took friggin' AJ Dillon. Man, I remember that one. I was mad too. Who was it?
Come get on the.
What's that?
Hey on. I got the screen's going crazy. There we go. You click one thing, and next thing you know, three things just popped up that I didn't have started. All right, so Terrion Arnold, cornerback for Bama, is what the Lions select, going after the defensive guy.
That's interesting. That's interesting.
So the Cowboys traded down, and the Lions came up.
Terrion Arnold. I mean,
which is odd for a Jerry Jones in the first round and wanted to trade down. So
yeah, look at that.
I don't know.
Well, I mean,
he just wants more TV time.
Just judging by this, judging by everybody else's mock draft, Arnold's coming at a nice discount for the Lions.
Yes, he is.
It looks like he was supposed to be drafted significantly higher. There's not every single person in our contest had Arnold going higher than this, so pretty much nobody scored any points here. Which should be music to the ears of the one Roy Gully. All right, I'm Jordan Love. I'm trying to remember who the heck. Okay, here we go. Okay. So the Packers, come on, why isn't this loading? So the Packers picked Jordan Love at 26. Which wide receivers were still available? I don't know how to switch this to round 2. Oh, there we go. Okay. Michael Pittman. I mean, obviously I like him, but that was not it. DeAndre Swift. T. Higgins? No.
I would have been.
But that was one of them. But it wasn't T. That's not who I was wanted. I'll know it when I see it. I just can't remember who. Ugh. Oh, Denzel Mims. Denzel Mims was who I wanted.
Mims?
Yeah, dude. That's right. Jordan. So just to recap, 2020 draft, I was furious that the Packers skipped on Jordan Love or skipped on Denzel Mims, and then extra furious that they drafted Jordan Love.
Wow.
Here we are. Ask me anything. Oh, and this is why I don't evaluate NFL talent. All right, I'm going to the comments. I haven't looked at anything in a while.
There was just the great value was the latest one here. Love that pick for the Lions per Derek. Sorry, Mikey.
Yeah, I mean,
and Jordan just said, #freezing cold takes.
Yeah, you must have. Detroit on the clock. Great value. I love that pick for the Lions. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's a great pick for Detroit. And yeah, Jordan's totally right. But dude, Oh man, I can't believe I forgot about. I was like, who? What wide receiver was that? Denzel Mims. Yep, that's who I wanted. Oh well, what
All
can
right.
you do?
Well, I'll give a quick update here. We're at pick 25. The Green Bay Packers are on the clock here. Next up, we got Tampa, Arizona, the Bills, and the Cowboys before we enter the 30s.
Oh, I was hoping. I texted Lane Taylor to see who Green Bay's taking, but he hasn't responded. Come on, man. Easy guy to forget. Yeah, I know, Jordan.
Wow, it's not defense. I'll tell you that much. Congratulations on that.
Packers? Okay, so they went offensive line. It's got to be offensive line.
But who?
Well, it can't be who I picked, which was Mims. He already went.
Actually, I like this pick. I was kind of bummed. He's already off.
I can't wait. Come on, Packers. Come on, Pack. Don't screw this up. Although we've already proven my reaction to the Packers pick matters 0. So I have all credibility with judging Packers draft picks.
All credibility is gone.
What's that?
Nothing.
Oh. Whoopsies. Uh-oh. I have to make a pick in my drafters league.
The Green Bay Packers select tackle/guard Jordan Morgan of Arizona.
Jordan Morgan.
He was kind of closer to a second round, like early second round talent, but I liked him in the first. I was hoping the Chiefs would have got him in this spot.
All right. Well, I don't like seeing that all of the mock drafts had him going lower, so I don't love that for the Packers, but whatever.
Well, if the Packers do anything well, it's draft offensive linemen. So, and quarterbacks, obviously.
Yeah, and quarterbacks. Nobody was particularly close. It looks like who's this? It looks like Evan Batchelor scored 1 point on this pick. And that was it. Nobody else scored anything. So, kudos to him for moving up a little bit.
Staying away from the basement a little longer.
Yep. That's a guy you were chasing. All right. I mean, blah. I mean, what can we really say about this pick? It's a need. The Packers are filling a need for sure.
Not a complete horrendous pick or anything, but nothing flashy. Something you need. Somebody getting on the line there. Something that was really needed after Bakarati's exit, right?
He gone. Yeah, he gone. I don't know how he hasn't signed with the Jets yet, but here we are.
It's coming. He's waiting until spring training.
Spring training?
Not spring training. I'm stuck in baseball
training
mode.
Camp. Yeah, you're in baseball mode.
Watching the Brewers, dude.
Let's go Brew Crew, baby. When are you coming up to town, man?
I don't know yet. This whole St. Louis trip kind of threw me off. So
I know, dude. Yeah, but you took a sweep to St. Louis, so we thank you for that.
That's right. Now we'll see how they do against KC in a couple weeks here.
Yeah. We got 2 from Pittsburgh, right?
Mm-hmm. Tied. It was a 2-2 series. Good road trip though.
Okay.
Yeah, good road trip though.
Yankees coming up.
Per typical Goot, Jordan Morgan scored a 9.24 RAS, another super athletic first-round pick. Yes, he is.
I mean, Goot definitely has a type. There's no doubt about that. And yeah, I mean, I've learned my lesson. I don't come after Goot anymore. Like I'm not prepared to call him a genius or anything, but I am no longer the guy who calls him an imbecile because I learned my lesson with banging the table for Denzel Mims instead of Jordan Love. And this is why I'm a great fantasy football general manager, not a good real life general manager. Although I will say I can craft a pretty dang good Madden franchise. Until like year 6 when I'm in salary cap hell. Then I can't do anything. But
you don't have any more salary cap to keep those young guys that were doing well. Now you're stuck with the old guys.
Dude, I built a Madden franchise that was so bad once that even if I traded like my highest paid player, my salary, I was still like 18 under the salary. I ended up quitting because I'm like, all right, I can't figure this out. So, I mean, that was like 10 years ago and I had no clue what I was doing, but the way that I structured contracts was not good for
I would always play Madden, and like after a while I'd get bored. So I do that, where you're just as a GM, but instead I made it even harder. I would trade all the superstars, and I would only have rookies on my team. So every year, I started with just rookies, and then every year I would try to build upon that rookie team through the draft. So
for sure,
and other 1 year, 2 year, like whatever year I'm in players. So I can never get more experience. I could only equal the amount that my first class was and go from there. That was tough. I never won the Super Bowl, but it was I didn't hit the playoffs once. And that was like year 4, but it was fun.
There you go. There was 1 year, long time ago, my former best man and I guess he was my best man. We did fantasy drafts, but you weren't allowed to pick players whose overall was over 70 or up. So we purposely picked really crappy teams, knowing that we would be the 1 and 2 picks in the draft.
Yeah.
And we picked teams that were in the same division so that when we simulated against each other, you had no clue who was going to win because both teams were terrible. But yeah, man, I love the idea of taking a really bad team and trying to build it up.
Yeah.
Oh, Packers, Jordan Morgan, it's official. Good. Tanner's all over it. I love it. Look at this dude's face.
Is he upset?
He's just confused. He's upset.
Joe Horn
and
Mikey, 2025 draft, your backyard.
Heck yeah, dude! It's Lambeau Field, baby. So come on up, man. I'll plan on being there. Tanner, you should plan on coming up.
I plan on it as of right now. So,
dude, I should honestly see if my wife will like coordinate planning that. Like, she's really good at that sort of thing. Like, dude, that'd be sweet. Get a table, do a show live from like I have no idea how that would work. You'd probably have to rent out space from a restaurant or something. But Tanner, have you been to Lambeau yet?
I did. I got to go this past winter when it was Chiefs versus Green Bay.
Okay.
So
you already know. It's a giant, legendary stadium in the middle of
nowhere.
A freaking neighborhood. Yeah, in the middle of a neighborhood. It's insane.
Yeah, we drove 2 hours up from Milwaukee, 2 hours back, and the sea of traffic on the way back was just amazing. Because you're like, man, you're 2 hours out. Surely they'll start turning. Nah, all the way down to the Milwaukee, and that's exactly how it was. But it was very cool, and we got to tailgate outside the stadium, and it was a snowy tailgate, not too cold. It was perfect.
Yeah, man.
Outside of the result.
Anybody listening, anybody watching, Lambeau, it really, like, I'm not just saying this as a Packer fan, it really is a sight to behold, no doubt about it. But the cool thing is that it's literally in the middle of a neighborhood. So next year I should see if I can like contact one of the neighbors and like, hey, can I do a show from your yard? And they're always renting out, like, there's Airbnbs all over. There's the answer. I'll just rent an Airbnb. That's right. Boom.
There we go.
You heard it here. 2025 NFL draft. BBFF will be at some random house near Lambeau Field.
Get ready.
Yeah, how'd that Kevin King over TJ Watt pick work out? Yeah, we don't need to talk about that. That's no bueno. Okay. Let's talk fantasy football, bruh. I'm going to go back because I had a couple more. Aiden asked earlier about day 3 picks that could have an impact in year 1, right? We've already talked about Ricky Pearsall, Jalen Wright, Jalen McMillan, Theo Johnson, Will Shipley, Isaiah Davis, Ray Davis, Dylan Lob, I don't know. Oh, here's one. This is one that might be cheating. Might be a tomorrow pick, not a day 3 pick. Bucky Irving would be in that conversation. Again, if you ask 7 GMs who's the best running back in this class, you'd get 7 different answers. Bucky Irving might be one of those answers. 22-year-old running back from Oregon. Now, there's some pretty significant size concerns there. I mean, this dude's small. He's 5'9", 192, but he's terrific pass-catching back. Could make a lot of noise in PPR leagues, especially if he's given more than just a third down role. Again, 5'9", 192, tiny, and he's not quite the, he's not an athlete in the mold of like a Devon Achane sort of deal, but he could be in that conversation. Any thoughts on Bucky Irving, Tanner?
Yeah, I was kind of looking him up because I was like, man, I know the name somewhere. Sure enough, Oregon, right? And this is a guy that, last year had a record number of attempts rushing, record number of yards rushing, and 172 for 1,063. His rushing yards per game were 81.8, highest of his college career as well. A 6.2 yards average. I love that. 10 touchdowns. And then you look at the receiving aspect, and he went from 8 receptions his freshman year, 30 receptions his sophomore year, and 53 receptions his junior year here. And he had he had 95 more yards than his sophomore year, but he had a 30.4 yards per game. This is a guy that gets out there, and he's not afraid to get hit either. He'll go through and try to go through somebody. I've seen that. So, yeah, I don't mind this kid here for a late third day pick. Easy.
Yeah, 100%. And he's late. He's late in best ball drafts. Again, we're just hoping he lands in the right spot. But if you're doing any pre-draft best ball drafts, it's definitely worth a flyer there.
Oh, by far. By the way, I want to say here the Buccaneers drafted offensive line Graham Barton from Duke.
Graham Barton.
Nice guard style lineman.
Yeah, it looks like he should have been drafted a few picks ago.
Well,
just judging
if
by
there weren't 6 QBs taken, he probably would have.
Yeah, that's true.
Jordan wants to know when you get a chance, Jordan Morgan's impact on fantasy football this year. Your thoughts? Are we going to see a touchdown? That's all I want to know.
Theoretically, bigger lanes for Josh Jacobs to run through, which, by the way, I mean, it is a good opportunity to talk about Josh Jacobs. If you haven't watched or listened to the episode that I did on Josh Jacobs, plus Derrick Henry and Saquon Barkley, but I mean, Jacobs, he really should. I've never really been a big Josh Jacobs fan, but in fantasy football, he should feast this year. I mean, he should get everything he can handle. A.J. Dillon is still there, which is so puzzling to me. It's a very redundant skill set. I mean, Dillon, I'm on the record as a A.J. Dillon, as a human who appreciates A.J. Dillon the person, but doesn't really care for A.J. Dillon the football player. I hate to say it because he's a fan favorite. It's easy to root for the guy, but it's a very redundant skill set. So he should be nothing more than a pure backup to Josh Jacobs, not a guy who, like, you can't change the pace if his pace is the same as Josh Jacobs. He's not a change of pace type of running back. So I don't know. I mean, theoretically, Jordan Morgan, can he help create some lanes in the running game? That's really all we're hoping for there. So it's not a bad thing for the Packers, that's for sure. It's not a bad thing for Josh Jacobs.
Amen to that.
Graham Barton. Joe Slowinski got that one right. Evan Batchelor came up 1 pick shy on Graham Barton. Ryan Golden came up 2 picks shy. Isaac Zart came up 1 pick shy. Oh, look at that. Just when you thought somebody might be gaining on him, Roy Gully nailed that pick. So he scored 3. Roy scored 3 points there. Gary Thorpe, my guy, you scored 3 points hitting that pick. And the GOAT, Mikey Henninger, scored 3 points on that pick and didn't even know it until right this minute.
Look at that.
Look at that. All right, so updating the leaderboard here. Roy Gully now has a very comfortable 4-point lead on second place, which is Isaac Zart. So it looks like it's looking like it's going to be a 2-person competition coming down the stretch between a Titans fan and a Seahawks fan.
No, Derek, I have not. I have not, Derek.
He is not. No, Tanner has not scored a point in a while.
It's not going my way as I thought it would. So, we do have the Cardinals pick in. Edge Darius Robinson from Mizzou, the Tigers.
The Tigers.
I'm not a Missouri. Right. I'm a KU fan, so I don't like Missouri.
Yeah, for sure, man. I'm just trying to find him in my sheet where I can update. What pick is this?
This is pick
That was 27?
27.
All right.
Bills are up. So we got the Bills, the Cowboys, the Ravens, the
Ooh.
49ers, the Chiefs. We are down to the last 5 teams of the first round.
So, updating the scoreboard. Roy Gully nailed that pick and now has a comfortable 7-point lead in the mock draft challenge with just 5 picks to go.
Way to go, Roy.
Yeah, it's looking like we might have a winner. All right.
Oh, Greg, man.
Dude, let's talk. You said the Bills are on the clock now?
Bills are on the clock.
Marvin Harrison gone. Malik Neighbors gone. Roma Dunza gone. Brian Thomas gone. Is it Xavier Worthy time?
Is it Worthy? Is it Mitchell? Is it Leggett?
I had McConkey. Like, it's got to be one of them. It's got to be one of them, right? It has to be.
Or do they go defense and try to get another stud defense that's still out there? Because there is plenty of those guys right now versus receivers. You know, it's going to be an interesting deal for the Bills to see exactly how they pick, because they got some holes. They got some holes on both sides of the ball.
Yeah, and a lot of people thinking that their window may have closed. I mean, as long as you have Josh Allen, your window's not ever closed. But
it closed.
I mean, shit, dude.
13 seconds a few years ago.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Oh man, what a game that was. So they don't. I'm looking at the Bills draft picks. They don't have a single. They have pick number 60, so late in the second round, but they don't even have a third round pick. So I mean, if they're going to address wide receiver, it feels like it's got to be now.
Right, and we'll look at some of the top prospects here left over for the receivers right now. Position. And
dude,
if I can get there,
Xavier Worthy would be so. Oh my god, that would be. I would absolutely love that.
So Ladd McConkey's still there. Obviously Adonai Mitchell, Xavier Worthy, Xavier Leggett, Keon Coleman. I've seen even in the first round some mocks as well. So there's, I don't know, there could be potential here that we could see one of those Xavier Worthy, like as we talked about too. I think it's up to Adonai and Xavier Worthy, honestly, to come down to this pick if they're going to select a receiver.
I'd be fine with both of those. Like, it's whoever, assuming this pick is wide receiver, whoever it is going very high up my dynasty rookie. I shouldn't say very high, but they are likely going to move up on my rookie rankings.
Yeah, for sure.
Ryan Golden says Quad Squad gonna shock the world and Vulture goal line all the goal line work all season in Green Bay. Please don't say that, Ryan. Let Josh Jacobs feast. Okay, just let him do his thing. And I'm not even a big Josh Jacobs guy, but let him feast. Greg Quirk says go Mizzou. Sorry, Tanner.
Rot chalk. Rot chalk.
Oh man, I cannot wait to see who this pick is. I cannot wait. This is probably the one I've been waiting. What's coming up, Tanner? We got Buffalo, then what?
You got,
Dallas.
Yeah, Buffalo, Dallas, Baltimore, 49ers, and the Chiefs.
Okay. All right.
So you got probably Buffalo, Baltimore, and the Chiefs right now that need a receiver, technically, for a need. Sure.
Wait, who was the last pick?
Chiefs. Back to back.
No. Who? I didn't mean who has left. I meant who was. Which
Arizona.
Oh, traded to Kansas City.
We traded up.
Kansas City's up right now. So they taking wide receiver.
Are we going to Adonai Mitchell? The pick is in. All right, hang on.
I mean, Derek did say Bill's trading down eyes emoji. I just didn't know if he was speculating.
No, I didn't even see that.
Yep, he called it. Bill's traded to the Chiefs. So that's interesting because that makes me think Buffalo's got a couple wide receivers here that they like.
All right, let me get this. Try to post it real quick here.
Oh, do you got it?
Yep.
You don't look happy.
I'm all right with it. I ain't going to hate it.
All right. I mean, can you really complain after how many Super Bowls? I mean,
yes.
I know. That's fair.
I can.
All right, keep a heads up, guys. The pick is coming in. GQ's saying, oh, never mind.
All right, here we go.
What's it gonna be?
The defending back-to-back champ, Super Bowl champions, Kansas City Chiefs select wide receiver Xavier Worthy from Texas. So they ended up going Worthy. Worthy, who practiced with Mahomes before, obviously before the draft, during the offseason for both NCAA and the NFL, ended up going to the Chiefs after all. Speedy guy. I'm okay with this, especially with the Rashee Rice situation. Guy that should get some reps while Rice is suspended for his 4 to 6 games.
So I'm just Googling one quick thing real quick. I thought so. I guarantee it's if anybody logs into Twitter, what you're going to start seeing right now is that the Kansas City Chiefs just got their next Tyreek Hill.
Yeah, essentially.
Tiny guy, 5'11", which, by the way, Tyreek is 5'10". He's only 165, ran the fastest 40-yard dash in history at the NFL Combine. He's got a great college production profile. He's a big-time playmaker, dominated as a true freshman. Now, physical corners did give him trouble at the collegiate level, but that makes a ton of sense considering the guy weighs 165 pounds. According to John Chapman, film guru, his routes are incredible. No issues going through traffic. High upside pick if he can stay on the field. And now you just put him in a Patrick Mahomes offense that we've seen work wonders with speed receivers like Tyreek Hill. Bro, this is, as far as fantasy football goes, this is like mouth-watering pairing. I mean, you saw me drool over Derrick Henry going to the Baltimore Ravens. This is like the same thing. Xavier Worthy going to Patrick Mahomes offense. This is a match made in heaven. Absolute match made in heaven.
Yeah.
Absolute match made in heaven.
I'll take this here. That means they saw something they liked. Patrick Mahomes obviously went to bat for him to be able to trade up with the Bills and go out and get him. So, and maybe Veach is hoping to get the same luck because remember we traded up with the Bills to get Patrick Mahomes. So maybe trading up to get Xavier Worthy gives us a nice, good old receiver for a few years. So,
Dog, dude, this is all right. So now, okay. So going into last year, the Chiefs had Travis Kelce. Yeah. That's pretty much it, right. Rashee Rice was a guy.
Yeah.
Rashee Rice went nuts down the back end of the season. I mean, he was being drafted in the 3rd round this year with all of his legal troubles. Now that's starting to fall a bit. They went and got Hollywood Brown, another speed demon. So they're adding speed. Bro, I'll tell you what's about to happen. And it should have happened a long time ago. Patrick Mahomes' ADP this year, by the way, has been late 5th round. Not anymore. It doesn't make sense, dude. This guy's a multi-MVP winner that's perennially like top 1, top 2, top 3 quarterbacks in fantasy football. And he has one down year where he finishes as like QB. And now all of a sudden he's like a late 5th round draft pick in fantasy football. But he added, Rashee Rice, sure, he's going to be suspended, but he added Marquise Brown. He's adding Xavier Worthy. Travis Kelce still got gas in the tank. I'm not this guy who's like, go get you a quarterback in the first 3 or 4 rounds of a fantasy draft. But I think the days of me getting Patrick Mahomes in the 5th round, I think that just ended.
No, it has. Past the 2nd round, let's be real, in most drafts.
Josh Allen and Jalen Hurts are still going like 3rd round. I don't think Mahomes should go higher than that. I hope he doesn't become overpriced.
Again,
but
the excitement of the additions. So having Kelce,
Tyreek Hill, yeah,
you're probably going to see a lot of reaches in this fantasy football draft this year.
Dude, I cannot. Hold on, let me see. I can't get Underdog to work. I want to know where Worthy's going because I can't recall off the top of my head where Worthy's going.
I don't remember seeing it. Yeah.
I'm going to go. Come on. This is, brother. I'm trying really hard not to get too excited about this because I did the exact same thing when Sky Moore went to the Chiefs. Dude, I went nuts when Sky Moore went to the Chiefs, but
we didn't.
This is different. Xavier Worthy is going. He's currently, before this happened, he's going 92 overall. That's what? 92. That's like mid 8th round. I'm fine. I would take a flyer on Worthy at that cost, although I don't think it's going to stay there. I think now that he's got Mahomes, he's attached to Mahomes. He's going to shoot up the draft board. He's probably going to become, best ball's a different animal. So I'll be fine drafting him in best ball, but in redraft there could be more boom bust than I'd like to see.
Yeah, but he was already attached to Mahomes because of the workouts and stuff. So now that's official,
True.
You're going to see at least a couple round bump into this.
Yeah. Yeah, well, maybe not, though. Maybe because there was already that attachment there, maybe people were baking that into drafting him. You know what I mean? Like trying to like
it could have
predict.
Been, yeah. I don't know. It's going to be interesting these next few weeks to see exactly where it goes up and down from there.
Dang, dude. All right.
We do have the next pick.
Yeah, dude. GQ's got it right. Great for the Chiefs. Rice, Hollywood, Worthy, and Kelsey. I mean, I would say the Chiefs are back, but they never freaking left.
Sounds like an improvement, though. The Dallas Cowboys select offensive tackle Tyler Guyton from Oklahoma.
Oh, man. I'm falling behind on scoring this contest. I got too excited. I got too jacked up about the Xavier Worthy thing. So hold on. Xavier Worthy was 28, right?
Yep.
Got him. Let me drop him in here. All right. I dropped him in. Didn't really change the scoreboard all that much. Roy still has a very comfortable 7-point lead. 29 was who?
29 was Tyler Guyton.
Tyler Guyton to the Cowboys?
Yep. Somebody who needed it.
We dem boys, as they say. All right. Updated the Basement Brood Fantasy Football Mock Draft Challenge. Roy Gully still maintains a 7-point lead over Isaac Zart and Danny Kuja, who both have 31 points. 3 picks to go. Roy is on the doorstep of taking home an autographed NFL jersey or mini helmet of his choosing, courtesy of BS Collectibles in Twin Lakes, Wisconsin. Roy is a known Titans fan, so I'm very curious to see who he picks.
I mean, he has some selection this year that he could get some bigger names or
Braylon Burks. That
would have been good.
Go get you a Kyle Phillips jersey.
There you go. Just go get a KD, a Kevin Dyson.
Bro, I know, right? So what's actually funny is Roy became a customer via via Twitter when we were talking about the Kevin Dyson
awesome
giveaway. I'm shooting him a message on Twitter or X or whatever the heck it's called.
Let's see here.
All right. Wrap it up. Give the man his autograph. Congrats, Roy. I mean, it's definitely looking that way. I mean, he's got a 7-point lead. You said this one's Guyton?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll tell you what he has. So this is what people would theoretically root against. Where are you at on this thing, Roy? Okay. How many picks are left?
We're at 29, so we're at 30. So
we're at 30?
30, 31, 32. So 3 picks left.
All right. So he has Adonai Mitchell, AD Mitchell, going at 30. Xavier Legette. Oh, I'm sorry. He's got Kool-Aid McKinstry, which is such a great name. He's got Kool-Aid going 30, Adonai going 31, and Xavier Legette going 32.
Man, he would have Xavier Legette for me. That would have been phenomenal. I would have liked that one too.
Legette? You just wanted any of the Xaviers?
I'll take either one.
Greg says we'll see if Worthy can beat out Kadarius.
I forgot about Kadarius on that team.
Didn't the GM just say he's the most talented wide receiver on the team? Dude. Rashee Rice was a monster coming down the stretch. I think long term it might be Worthy, man.
Kadarius pretty athletic, but
basket case.
Yeah.
Oh man. So Baltimore Ravens, it says the pick is in.
Yeah, I know. I'm looking. Waiting on the word.
All right. Well, while we're waiting, let me grab one of these day 3 rookies. I got 2 left, so this is good timing, I feel like. Tight end, Ben Sennett, 22-year-old Kansas State. This is a day 3 rookie that I think could make a day 1 impact. Again, take this with a massive grain of salt because tight ends in year 1 really don't pan out, but this is a guy who could be ready sooner than a lot of tight ends. Well-rounded tight end that can do it all. Tested great at the combine. Natural. He's a natural as both a pass catcher and as a blocker. Now, John Chapman does say that he may have already peaked. Like he may have already, like, quote unquote, reached his prime. But that's not necessarily a bad thing for a tight end in fantasy football, a position that usually takes a few years to get going. He's projected in the 4th round, but Chap does give him a 3rd round grade in his draft guide, which is usually a very good sign. So Ben Sennett is a tight end to be aware of.
I'm all right with that. Like you kind of said, John said, he's kind of a guy that's already peaked, but it's okay coming into the NFL because that means you're already at the top of your game, and you can be that kind of guy. Some comparisons I've seen for him is Michael Mayer, expectations last year, Tucker Kraft, and Trey McBride coming in. So if he can be anywhere near McBride or Kraft style, I think he could be just fine as a 2 in this league. So, and it wouldn't be a bad guy to take a stab on, like for teams, but maybe again, deep league, or even watch the waiver wire for him. I think he could be something later on.
Well, even Michael Mayer, man, like the jury's still out there. He was just stuck in a terrible offense last year. It's hard to make any noise behind Devontae Adams, Jacoby Myers with Aiden O'Connell throwing the football, so those are some pretty good comps. Oh, look at this. We got Roy Gully in the chat here, the leader in the clubhouse for the autographed jersey. He goes, so I guess I did good. Yeah, man, you're running away with this thing with 3 picks left. Roy,
who did Roy have at 30, you said?
Say that again?
Who did Roy have at 30? That was a Donnie Mitchell, I believe you said.
No, Kool-Aid.
Kool-Aid? All right. Here we go. Drum roll. See where he's at here. Does he put it away?
It was Kool-Aid, wasn't it? Yeah, Kool-Aid.
Kool-Aid. All right. Let's see if he puts it away. Wait, it's already on the screen. He doesn't.
Oh, it's on the screen. Where is it?
You'll see it now. Cornerback Nate Wiggins from Clemson. So he had the right position coming into this here for the Baltimore Ravens. So great. Another fabulous corner. Taken way too late in this draft.
I was going to say. Yeah. It looks like he's at a really nice value.
Really nice value.
All right. So with that in mind, just refreshing the scoreboard. Oh, Gary closed the gap a little bit. Roy Gully is still comfortably in first place. He has a 5-point advantage on Gary Thorpe, who's now sitting in second place with 33 points. Isaac is in third place with 32 points. Danny Kuja with 31. So Roy is still pretty comfortably in the lead, but Gary is trying to make a move here in the last minute.
Leaderboard on the screen for everybody.
There we go. Gary, I'm looking at Gary's last 2 picks. Oh, no. So he's got Ladd McConkey going with this pick
so he went
to the 49ers.
Huh.
But then he also has Xavier Legette. So he won't be able to gain any points in that last pick, which I think that effectively...
Why not?
Or he won't be able to gain on Roy because Roy has Xavier Legette.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I forgot. Yeah.
Yeah. So at best, Gary can get within 2 points of Roy. So Roy, man, it's looking good. Oh yeah, look at that. Tanner is out of the basement.
Let's go.
Kevin Zart is now the new, let's call him basement dweller. But Mikey Henninger's getting much, much closer. Roy, you are comfortably in the lead with a 5-point lead in the mock draft competition. We got to know, man. You're going to have your choice off of a menu, but we got to know which. Are you going for an NFL jersey? Are you going for a mini helmet? What player are you going for? I know you're a big Titans guy. What are you thinking? What are you trying to land if you win this competition, which is looking pretty darn good right now? Isaac is in third place. I'm going to look at his last 2 picks just to see. Oh, he's got Michael Penix going here and then Ladd McConkey, so he can't catch him. Let's see. Danny Kuja is 7 points back. Kuja has got Jerzon Newton and Jordan Morgan.
And Morgan's already been taken. So
yep, so he can't get there. Probably jersey, no clue what's available. Yeah, Roy, so the way that it works is I'm going to have you give me a list of 5 to 10 players that you're hoping to get. And then the home or away or what kind of jersey, just get me a list of the players and the jersey styles that you're hoping to get. And I'll talk to our guys over at BS Collectibles. Yeah, I mean, there's some of them are going to be predictably off limits, like the Patrick Mahomes, the quarterbacks that everybody wants to score, but you should be able to find some, like one of our Kyle Wills, who won the playoff competition. He took home a Tyreek Hill jersey. So there should be some good like fantasy football names that you can target with the jersey. But yeah, I mean, that looks like it, right? Because Micah, Gary can't catch him. Isaac
You'll
can't
be fine,
catch him.
Roy.
Will Levis, I'm pretty confident I'll be able to get you if that's the one you want. I mean, hey, who knows, man? He could. I actually really liked Will Levis.
He might line it up this year. He might now. Full off season.
DeAndre Hopkins, yeah, Calvin Ridley, Treylon Burks still, Chigo Okonkwo, Tyjae Spears, and I did like Will Levis last year. Just so you know, Roy, you don't have to get a Titan, but you can if you want to get a Titan. And if it is Will Levis, are you hoping for a home jersey, away jersey, Oilers jersey? What are we trying to get there?
Oh, that'd be cool. Oilers.
So actually, my friends, I have done the math, and it is mathematically impossible for anybody to catch Roy Gully officially. So congrats, Roy. You are officially the winner of the Basement Brood Fantasy Football Mock Draft Challenge. Officially. Like it's
Way
officially.
To go, Roy.
Way to go, Roy, man. That's awesome. You love to see it. So definitely let me know. It can be here in the chat. Otherwise, send me an email. Send me on Twitter. I know you and I chat on Twitter. Get me a list of 5 to 10 players that you would like to get. Jersey or mini helmet. And if it is a jersey, let me know which, if you're hoping for a home jersey, away jersey, a throwback jersey, whatever it is. And I will, I'll get to work on my menu, or I'll get to work with the guys over at BS Collectibles, and we will figure out what's on the menu for you. You don't need to make that decision right now. Just get it to me within the next 24 hours, I guess. And I'll, and again, it can be a list of 5 to 10 guys. It doesn't need to be one at a time. So take your time, think about it, but wow. Big congrats, man.
This is an interesting pick coming up, guys. Didn't even see this guy.
Draft pick? Oh yeah, there's still an NFL draft happening, my friends.
Hey, yeah, Mikey, we got 2 more picks.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah, and these actually should be good ones because we could get some offense here. Enough with this defense.
There is offense coming your way. I will say that.
Is it a fantasy football player? Oh. Okay, Siri. Nobody was talking to you. It's a wide receiver, isn't it? It's a wide receiver, isn't it?
Ladies and gentlemen, the San Francisco 49ers select wide receiver Ricky Pearsall from Florida.
No way. The guy that I said could be a day 3 pick? You're kidding me.
What in the world, Gary? I think you're probably asleep by now. If not, you're going to sleep because you bashed your TV in. What happened?
Well, I mean, dude, I talked positively about him. I like him, but
yeah, but 31 or 30? Yeah, 31.
Yeah, all right, this dude's going to be 24 years old in September already. He played 5 years in college. He should be ready to go right away in year 1, which makes me wonder if they got something lined up for Brandon Ayuk. I don't know, man. He was used primarily as a slot wide receiver. He plays like one, according to John Chapman. Now, Chap did say he's one of the best route runners in the entire draft. Great hands. Shoot, dude. You got Deebo Samuel, Brandon Ayuk, George Kittle, Christian McCaffrey. This is weird.
This is a very interesting 31 pick.
This is weird, man. Chap had him had a 3rd round grade on him. There's a lot. There's A.D. Mitchell is still out there.
There's
Troy Frank.
Leggett.
Yeah, Ladd McConkey, Xavier Leggett, Jalen Polk, Roman. This is I don't know, man. This is weird. Very strange.
Yeah, this is at least a second to mid, so 3rd, 4th round pick, according to most mocks that I have found and websites. But he is the 9th best on the list for wide receivers, according to NFL Draft Buzz that I follow as well. So I guess it's not fully out of the left field, but it sure seems like it.
I'll tell you what. Okay, the guy's, again, he's going to be 24 in September already. He's likely ready to contribute to an NFL team right away in year 1. Slot receiver, plays like one, great route runner, great hands. To me, this sounds like Shanahan knew exactly who he wanted. And when Shanahan knows who he wants, then he knows why he wants that player, meaning Shanahan's got a plan for this guy.
He does, yeah.
Shanahan's not using a 1st round pick on this guy if he doesn't and I understand coaches aren't usually the ones who make the picks, but John Lynch and Shanahan are like this. There's they work together on this sort of thing. This sounds like the type of guy that Shanahan said, hey, look, this is I don't know if there's any better schemer in the NFL, a guy that creates a scheme around his talent. It says something to me more than any other team in the NFL when Kyle Shanahan goes and says, I want this player, because he wants this player for a very specific reason. If he's going to be a slot guy, what do we, I don't know, dude.
Well,
this is
before I announce. So we do have a trade that happened for 32.
Okay. So the Bills are just out.
So yeah, the Bills traded out of 32. The Panthers are coming up to 33. Coming up to 32. Bills will go to 33 to start the day off tomorrow. So
wide receiver here.
Back to the Ricky Pearsall. Something I was looking at Ari Merov that I followed on Twitter. He had an interesting thing. He said with the 49ers going wide receiver with Ricky Pearsall at number 31, expect talks to continue to ramp up on if San Francisco will look to trade one of their current high-paid wide receivers. No guarantee they do it, but talks will continue. Ayuk, he could be on the move maybe day 2. We could see something along with that. I would be very surprised to see Deebo leave. I know he had a little disgruntled, but it seemed fine this year. But Ayuk has been very, very upset since the Super Bowl loss. Maybe that's something to come into play for day 2 or day 3.
And then it makes you wonder if the Bills got something up their sleeve, because we know the Bills need a wide receiver. If the 49ers are willing to part with a wide receiver, the Bills just traded down for the 2nd time. Granted, they moved back 1 spot. But could one of those 49ers wide receivers be on the move to Buffalo?
You're right. Very, very possible.
And if so, right through the roof in terms of fantasy football. I mean, there's a part of me that's secretly hoping that Curtis Samuel stays on top of the depth chart, but we know that's not going to happen. Okay, so they moved up an entire round just to move back one pick. The Bills did, I mean.
Yeah. Well, they got a few more draft picks, and maybe because they know where they're at in the cap situation, they had to move around. They had to go gain more draft picks to be able to get what they need for their team.
Yep.
All right, I got the final pick here coming into play for the night round 1. Uno Mas.
Oh, Micah was hoping to get Pearsall in the 3rd of his dynasty drafts. Yeah, that just went out the window, my guy. Man, that Pearsall pick is wild. But you know what, dude? If there's any coach where I'd allow it, it's freaking Shanahan.
It would be
like
Shanahan.
He's got something cooking for sure.
All right, here we roll.
Pick is in. It's got to be it has to be a wide receiver.
For the final pick of the first round and pick 32, the
Leggett.
Carolina Panthers select wide receiver Xavier Leggett from South Carolina.
Got it. Man, all right. So both Xaviers are gone. Now here's the thing with Leggett. And also, I don't know if it's Leggett or Leggett.
Oh, it might be Leggett. I think you're right. I think Leggett. I heard you say Leggett. I think it's Leggett.
I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know. But 23-year-old from South Carolina. Now, here's the thing with this dude. He had some terrifying college. He had a terrifying college production profile in the first 4 years of his career before he finally broke out in 2023. Prior to 2023, he did very little in the collegiate level, and that's a concern. According to Chapman, the film says that his routes need some work. He runs a very limited route tree, which is a concern for getting on the field day one in the NFL.
Yep.
His 2023 season was very strong. He's 220 plus pounds with a 40-inch vert and a 4.3. Chap says 220 plus pounds with a 40-inch vert and 4.3 speed is very rare. There's some upside if he comes at a discount in rookie drafts. But now with this first round pedigree and going to I don't know. The discount might not be there because he's a first round wide receiver officially, but going to Carolina, I mean, look, there's no denying that Bryce Young left a lot on the table. Any of you who listened to my last podcast episode, I mean, I gave you 30 minutes on Deontay Johnson. And part of talking about Deontay Johnson for 30 minutes was talking about their new head coach, Dave Canales, who I've gushed over more than once in the last several weeks. The guy, Dave Canales, has gotten career years out of Russ Wilson, Doug Baldwin, Mike Evans. He revived the careers of Baker Mayfield, of Geno Smith. The guy's a terrific head coach, and I have a lot of faith in anybody who is going to be in a Dave Canales system. Now, Bryce Young left a lot to be desired on the table last year. It wasn't pretty, and it was particularly ugly. Let's put it that way. They still got Adam Thielen. They still got they traded for Deontay Johnson. There is some competition there. Now, long term, I think this is okay for Leggett. And this is one of those scenarios where I'm fine drafting the talent for the development of it all. But it's not an exciting pick. It's not an exciting landing spot. Tanner, what do you think?
I'm more curious of anything on this move because you look at the depth chart, right? Deontay Johnson, Adam Thielen, Jonathan Mingo, and Terrace Marshall Jr. Are you maybe they look to move one of those guys, Terrace Marshall or even Mingo possibly?
Mingo, yeah, Mingo
into for another draft pick or for another just some kind of trade. That's what I'm kind of looking at. Like, all right, so where does Xavier fit into this depth chart exactly? What's his role going to be? And as a first round trade in, not just first round pick, but you traded up to go get the guy. That's the biggest key here is that you wanted him for something here. And that's, maybe they don't feel comfortable with Mingo. Maybe Mingo's recovery isn't going as well as they were hoping, or maybe they're looking to move off Marshall and just keep that wide receiver depth. So that overall, I like the pick. I like the guy. Watching him from my perspective here, but trading in to go get him seems a little bit of a reach. So I'm really interested to see exactly what happens here day 2, day 3, or if they just ride with the 5 of them, and then we see something during the training camp. So I don't know. It's kind of wild to me when you pop in. You're expecting like, all right, maybe 3, and then you need somebody else. You don't really do that. And you also signed David Moore from Tampa Bay, serviceable 4 or 5 guy for the past few years. So I don't know. It's kind of wild to me to trade in to go get him.
And I'm glad you brought up Mingo, because when I was going through all that, I didn't even think about Mingo, who they used a high second-round draft pick on last year. Mm-hmm. Now, granted, there's a whole new regime in Carolina, so there's not that attachment that there would otherwise be, but they used a high second-round pick on Mingo. And I think one thing to consider here, right, we look at Chap's analysis. Chap talks about his routes needing work. He runs a very limited route tree. Now he's going to come in and he has a chance to learn behind Adam Thielen, who's getting up there in age, can't play too much longer. So maybe it's the sort of thing where he kind of redshirts his first year, learning behind a wily vet like Adam Thielen, and ultimately we know we're not going to get a lot of fantasy points out of Carolina. We're just not. And when you add so many mouths into the equation, it makes all of them less desirable. Like, I'm not banging the table to get Thielen. I'm not banging the table to get Deontay Johnson, Mingo, Leggett. I'm not any of those guys. Definitely not Chuba Hubbard. Sorry, Derek. Just kidding. But there's not really any appeal in Carolina from a fantasy football standpoint, but that shouldn't necessarily scare you in dynasty fantasy football. It's just not as much of an exciting pick as it could have been if he landed in, I don't know, Buffalo, but we'll see. Buffalo, I can almost guarantee Buffalo is going to be taking a wide receiver with their first pick. So I don't know, guys. Moving into tomorrow, I mean, we still got Troy Franklin on the board, Keon Coleman, A.D. Mitchell, Ladd McConkey, Roman Wilson. We could get a look at a running back with somebody like Jonathan Brooks, who could sneak into the second round. But tomorrow's round 2 and round 3, right? Yep. So Jonathan Brooks, Trey Benson. There's a lot of guys. We should start seeing some fantasy football specific names funnel through here. Tanner, any thoughts?
Just a very, very odd draft I felt today was. The 6 quarterbacks in a round, didn't have a defensive player till round 15. It was just kind of wild here. I'm trying to pull up also the undrafted list here. It's going very slow. Kool-Aid McKinstry being left out of the first round, wild to me in that play, because that's a guy that's a very highly prospected corner, and I expect to see him go very early tomorrow for sure. Ladd McConkey, of course, being right where he is. Cooper DeJean from Iowa, not in the first round. Again, the fact that you had 6 quarterbacks go, you had 4, 5, 6 offensive tackles as well. Like half of it was offense. So tomorrow should be basically just getting all those defensive guys that should have gone in the first round. You're going to see that probably gone pretty early, most likely in the mid plane. So it's crazy draft to me. Adonai Mitchell, not even in the first round.
I know, dude. That's a big one for me. I have him number 10 in my rookie rankings spot, well ahead of somebody like Ricky Pearsall, for example. So we'll see. We got CFO Adam in here wondering who won the first round. I think there's some good picks in here. I mean, the Bears you have to mention. If Caleb Williams is who we think he is, then they just got their guy for the next 2 decades, right? I'm just looking through the picks here. I really Vikings getting Dallas Turner at 17. They got him at a nice discount considering, all the offense that went before that. So I hate admitting that. I hate that the Lions got Arnold right before the Packers. But dude, I got to say, the Chiefs getting Xavier Worthy at 28. That might be my favorite pairing of the entire first round. I recognize I have a fantasy football bias, but I don't know, man. Xavier Worthy going 28 to the Chiefs, and Patrick Mahomes. Whew, I'm getting like poor man's Tyreek Hill vibes off of that.
I like it here. Yeah, I don't mind. I love the Chiefs pick. Again, it does feel like a Tyreek style pick. Especially this time around. Hopefully that works out for us. I honestly, the Bears. You have to go with the Bears. Caleb Williams, Odunze. Like,
yeah,
that's a combo, dude. That's a combo, and now you have the. You should in theory have one of the best offenses going in the season there. Cardinals also had a really great draft. They got the Mizzou guy there, Robinson, in late in the first round. Another guy that was supposed to be drafted mid round or 10, 15, somewhere around that range. And then, of course, they got Marvin Harrison Jr. So can't say that was a bad combo for Arizona either in the first round. I think the biggest question marks comes with the Raiders going Bowers to me. I felt they could have gone any other direction, but they went Bowers.
Yeah, that's a great question, right? We talked about the winners. What about the losers? Bowers, okay, it's hard to sit here and say Bowers is a bad pick because of who Brock Bowers is, but it just doesn't. It's a puzzling.
But for the Raiders, we got to think about what the Raiders need, and they have a lot of holes. They have Mayer there. They can still do another year or even wait, a couple more rounds and go get another tight end if they really wanted to. But I felt like you could have got something more value-wise for your team, a Latu or Murphy, even a Mims or Verse, whatever. You could have gotten something there. Instead, you went and tight end. Yes, he's a phenomenal talent, but you have way more holes than having to worry about a tight end right now.
I mean, you got to get a quarterback that can get him the ball first. And I love Gardner Minshew, but is he the long-term answer?
Right.
I'm not saying they should have drafted a quarterback, but to your point, there's a lot of ways they could have gone with that pick.
And no quarterbacks went after Bo Nix. So, in that play. Yeah, and they could have gone and got Spencer Rattler. But, again, is he a long-term answer? Probably not.
Right. Yeah, and not in the first round. I mean, Raiders probably, I don't know when their next pick is, but who knows? There's an opportunity there. And I know Pierce is on the record as saying he wants a mobile quarterback, which is kind of an interesting thing to say. A lot of times you don't hear coaches wanting the mobile quarterback all that often, at least. So,
no,
anyways,
you don't hear that, very, very often there. Guys to watch for here: Spencer Rattler, Jordan Travis, for day 2. Joe Milton, I could see him going to be a Raider, with a Pierce system there. And also Talia, Tua's brother. He's also in that here. I could see that also being at least a third rounder, possibly if somebody goes out for a reach. So there's a few quarterbacks still out there that could be. Michael Pratt from Tulane could also be a guy. So there's still a decent amount of quarterbacks, maybe not your starters, but some guys that could come in and impress you. So.
Yeah, dude. And from a fantasy football standpoint, man, it's about to get interesting, right? We already named some of these: Troy Franklin, Keon Coleman, A.D. Mitchell, Ladd McConkey, Roman Wilson, Jonathan Brooks, Trey Benson. Braylon Allen, Blake Corum, Jalen Wright. There's a lot of names in here. Jalen Polk. There's so many names in here where the shoe is about to get really, really interesting. And it all starts with Buffalo tomorrow, man. I would absolutely love to come on and do this all live again. I unfortunately will be not unfortunately go Bucks. Bucks will be watching the Milwaukee Bucks hopefully win their game. I think there's something else I'm supposed to do tomorrow, and I'm currently blanking on it. But anyway, man,
you'll find it out. You'll figure it out later.
Total. Oh, yeah. The Bucks are at 4:30. Oh, and then the Brewers Yankees. So gotta get that one. But anyway, everybody who's watching, stay tuned. Obviously, I will be updating the rookie rankings. All of this whole landscape shifts as these picks come in. I'll be live in the Discord, or I'll be all over the Discord channel. I'll be probably tweeting. I'll be updating all of this stuff as I start to dig into the data. Tanner, any closing thoughts?
Fun night. Appreciate everybody joining us. Make sure you guys subscribe, of course, and as always for me, go Chiefs. So.
Yeah, man. And like Tanner said, thank you for joining us. And I can't emphasize this enough, guys. It honestly feels like I'm living a dream when I get to do this stuff, and I realize I'm just a dude in his basement, like watching the NFL draft. But I don't know, man. There's something about this stuff that I just love doing it, and I couldn't do it if people didn't tune into the show. So really appreciate it. And Hunter said, if you haven't subscribed yet, it's actually super helpful for us when people do subscribe. So please just go ahead and do that. But that's all we got for you, man. It's 11 o'clock, and I'm about to go get dinner because I haven't eaten yet. I'm so hungry. But everybody, thanks for tuning in. Tanner, thanks, man. I really appreciate you hopping on and helping with all this stuff. I could not do this without you. The show would not exist if you weren't here, so I appreciate it.
You, Mikey.
Everybody at home, have a good night. Thank you so much for tuning in. Cheers.